why don't we do a recap? And we can start kind of jumping forward here and figure stuff out. Who can tell me what we did 2 weeks ago? What did we do? What were we up to?
Quick dig. Be right back.
Yeah. Cool dig. I see how you're working here.
You know, we did the thing and we saw the thing and we talked to the people and the things and the Maven. Oh yeah, we got out of the bone swamp, bone forest, whatever it was.
Bone Brambles.
Brambles, that's it. And yeah, we decided we were gonna go to I guess the west of the thing or south of the swampy thing, and we're gonna go start looking for the thing to release the Tao from her oath.
That is 100% correct, my friend. Yeah, you guys made your way through the Bone Brambles, had your little parlay with Red Ruth, the divination witch, after which, or as part of that agreement, was to take on her enemy Black Root, who was trying to unroot her, or unseat her, I guess I should say, if I want to avoid ugly puns, from her place of power in the center of the Bone Brambles. As part of that agreement, she promised to provide you a... I feel like I'm doing... So it's you and me, Corey. You're the one getting the recap. We've got an AFK
right.
and a Be Right Back.
Excellent.
Cool. I'm giving you I'm giving you inspiration just for shits and giggles.
I want to give Corey an opportunity to have an early win.
It's doing shit again. Let me do that. See if this makes a difference here. Sorry, I'm just noticing that there's some weirdness with a couple of the plugins that I'm just fixing in the background. Yes, so you were... That should add inspiration. There we go. You were correct, Corey. So we've got you set up with the parlay with Red Ruth. As part of that, it was that she would give you a divination on how to help free Ralzala the Tao. She would provide you safe passage out of the Bone Brambles, and she would provide you a place of safety. You were able to defeat Black Root, and in so doing, she performed a divination in which she said that the easiest way to loosen the bindings of the oath to Zariel would be to use a potion of time slipping, along with a focus from a creature or a being whose oath would override that Ralzala used with Zariel. Red Ruth told you guys about Uldrak's grave, which is the falling place of an Empyrean. Empyreans are celestial titans. So at one of the points as the Blood War has gone on, there have been times when archangels and celestials have joined in. Uldrak was a titan who fell on the Plains of Avernus. And unbeknownst to many of the current devils in the area, his bones, pieces of him, still reside beneath his fallen helmet and sword that mark his falling place. She said that with a bone shard from Uldrak and this time-slipping potion that she has made for you, if Ralzala focuses and uses the potion and that shard, she can make an oath to Uldrak just before he falls, and that oath would supersede anything that she may have then said to Zariel, loosening the bindings enough, or the bindings, of that oath enough to allow Ralzala to escape Avernus and return back to her own home plane. You guys had then... She also gave you some knuckle bones, which allowed you to quickly exit out of the Bone Brambles. Rather than going all the way out, you guys decided to kind of push your luck a little bit with the knuckle bones. Worked in your favor, though. You were able to get a nice long rest inside of the Bone Brambles before leaving. So everybody should be back to full health and all that fun stuff. We then took off kind of navigating across the Plains of Avernus towards the Uldrak's Grave, which he had marked on that mad cartographer's map for you guys. So that kind of catches us up.
At the Thai food place we got the food at, it's either Dog the Bounty Hunter or a professional wrestler sitting in the restaurant there. That was very blonde, very long hair on a very muscular man.
It wasn't just a Florida man.
It could be.
Was he wearing a shirt or no shirt?
He's wearing a tank top.
Oh, that's Florida.
It's Florida. It's very Florida. But we do have a lot of professional wrestlers here in Tampa. So. I don't know. I couldn't stare too long.
Tampa, the highest per capita residence rate of professional wrestlers.
Absolutely.
Yes.
My mom went to high school with Hulk Hogan.
Terry.
Yeah, he's got that big bar too.
I frequently ran into Randy Savage.
Yeah.
No kidding.
No, dude, that was my boss asked a question. You know, we were on a staff meeting and asked if anyone had met anyone famous, and he was my choice. And like the nicest dude I've ever met.
Really?
Absolutely.
Very cool.
For some
A
reason,
bunch of them live down here.
What was his normal speaking voice like?
That was it.
Yeah, it was the same. I
that
met
was
him
his
too.
voice.
That's his voice.
that's
First time
great.
I met him, he came into Bed Bath & Beyond when I was working. He was like, "Hey, brother, I need some help. I need to get my wife some new draperies." And like walked around the store with him and like pick out shit. And he was just like, super appreciative. Thank you so much. Thank you. In the place that we used to skimboard out on Sunset Beach, he lived in the condo right there, and would come down and would just watch us and hang out. But you see his Slim Jim Hummer under the carport.
Awesome.
That is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Need some draperies, brother. Oh yeah.
Thank you, brother.
It was pretty awesome.
So for some reason, and I don't know if it's gummies or what it is, but every time that Jeanette refers to him, it's never Randy Macho Man Savage. It's always Macho Randy Man Savage. And it is like one of my favorite things in the world. I want to name every like PC character I play Macho Randy Man Savage.
Well, I mean,
He sounds like the Asian interpretation. Like I went through a
It
Chinese
sounds like,
translator.
or like the porn version.
I fucking bust apps.
I mean, his name was probably Randall, but I mean, he was probably a kind of a Randy guy also.
Handsy Randy.
So good. All right. You guys feel like having some fun?
Oh, I thought we already started that.
Yeah, fun's good.
Let's have some fun with the game here. So I'm going to pull you guys over to the map. You may remember from last time, we were over here at the Bone Brambles. We were trying to go here toward Uldrak's Grave. You guys are kind of halfway in between. You had chosen to go south of this lava pool. As you guys are driving, I'm going to go ahead and remove the pause here so we can start the time up. It's a middle of the afternoon. There isn't really a sun in the sky because, again, we're in the 9 planes of hell. But it is bright. Your war machines are screaming. You could hear the souls burning away inside the infernal engines. The machines are humming along at peak efficiency. It is hot. The dust is rooster tailing up behind your war machines as you are flying across. and you find yourself coming down into a little bit of a valley in between some hills here. In the far distance, you can begin to see kind of like a heat haze that Red Ruth had told you to keep an eye out for, indicating you were getting close to Uldrak's grave. But as you guys are coming down around this little canyon, up out of these kind of rolling hills toward a really kind of flat section ahead, almost like the salt flats in Utah. It is Utah, right? Salt flats? It's not Nevada.
I'm not sure yet. It's kind of all salt flatty out there.
I think it's
Salt
Utah.
Lake, Salt Flats, sure.
The Bonneville Salt Flats. That is Utah. All right, I'm not losing my mind. So it's just this like kind of wide open, dusty, but flat area ahead of you. But as you were coming down out of it, I need everybody to do me a favor, and let's roll a perception check. This is where everybody tries to figure out, how do I open my character sheet with no token on the screen? You've got to go up to the people tab, and you'll have an option for players. Your character sheet will be in there. If not, I can set up, let me roll that for you and push it out.
Good rolls.
Yeah,
Good rolls.
yeah. And I can roll one for Moon just for shits and giggles. Come here. So we see good rolls across the board. So as you guys are driving, riding along, you see coming out of a break in one of the canyon walls behind you, you hear a roar, and as you look back over your shoulders, you realize that there is a plume of smoke and dust rising up, and rapidly descending from behind you. You see a group of war machines, flames billowing out of their exhaust, descending down upon you. So let's go ahead and preload this.
It's a bunch of bullshit. Loading witness me.
So what we see here is another war machine chase. So you guys will get to determine what we want to do. There's a couple things we got to set up first here. So as you can see, as you're going across the plains, we have both of your Devil's Ride and the Tormentor that you guys have got. We need to figure out who's riding what, who's driving what. But as you can see behind you, there is a Devil's Ride, a Tormentor, and two large scavengers pulling out of the canyon and beginning to accelerate and give chase behind you. But let's figure out who's going to be riding what. So we know Moon is on one of the two Devil's Rides. So I'm going to put him on that guy. So the top one here
Olin's just a passenger in the Tormentor.
Okay.
I think Alatar I was driving the other Devil's Ride last time.
I think you were as well. I just want to confirm that we want to stick that way before we get into things.
Can I cast spells while I'm driving?
So you can. So the idea is that as you're driving, the one helm seat in the Tormentor, or Moon, or you as the helm of the Devil's Rides, on your turn you can run the helm. If you choose to instead turn away from the helm and cast a spell, that kind of thing, the Devil's Ride will continue on at the speed and direction in which you last pointed it. But if you are attacked, that kind of thing, you lose the reactions that you would get. So like, for example, the Devil's Ride can juke to try to get out of the way, do dexterity saving throws with advantage, that kind of thing. You will lose some of that because you're not controlling the helm on that turn. So it depends on how you kind of want to go back and forth. But yeah, you can certainly cast from it while you are driving it. Cool. All right.
I thought it was going to be like, riding a bike without your hands. You'll be, casting, but you'll still be pedaling.
Yeah. There is certainly some of that. So you basically, it's like setting the throttle, right? You're just going to lock the wheel straight with your knees, set the throttle. So it's not going to slow down, but you're also not going to be able to change direction or use some of the special abilities of the Devil's Ride while you're driving it. If you're choosing to make like if you're tossing Eldritch Blast back over your shoulder, you're going to lose a little bit of your maneuverability.
Got it.
Yep. So we still want to put dig on the second one, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So I'm going to give you that one at the bottom. And then that means we'll have everybody else on the Tormentor. Who do we want to have driving it? So the Tormentor has a harpoon cannon and a helm seat and then 2 additional seats. So we can have a driver and a harpoonist, and then the third person can fire off spells or arrows or crossbow bolts or throw javelins, whatever you want to do. You can cast, bonuses on your team, all that kind of fun stuff. But it's, how do we want to do that? Who wants to drive? I think last time we had Severius driving. He's not here, so we could just make him do it again if you guys want.
That's fine. Yeah,
right.
Audrey should be on the harpoon gun.
Severius is going to be the helm. Audrey and Olin will have all here on this guy. So as you look at them now, you should see that I've got them marked in terms of who's kind of in which of the different devices. But you'll also notice that we've got all these tokens up here at the top of the screen. That's because, kind of like what we had in the last one, there are enemies driving these 4 war machines behind you. So the way it works is you'll notice each of them, as I add them into the initiative order, each of them will have a specific designation. So you'll see like Hobgoblin, SCV-1 for Scavenger 1, which is this guy up here at the top, or Scavenger 2 for down here, or Tormentor, or Devil's Ride. That way you can kind of tell who's on what, who's driving what. But as you're kind of looking back with those really high perception rolls, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of additional insights. You can see the Scavengers are being run by Hobgoblin crews. The Devil's Ride has a Hobgoblin warlord of some kind. I can kind of show you guys what they look like. This is what a warlord looks like. He's on the Devil's Ride motorcycle. You have Hobgoblin captains and regular Hobgoblins in the Scavengers. And you notice that sitting in the front of the Tormentor, and this is a slightly different Tormentor than what you guys are riding. As you look back, you realize whatever weapon emplacement it has, it's not a harpoon cannon like yours is. There's something different there. But you see this massive... Oh, let me do that. And show you guys that. There's like a massive devilish figure with horns, smoke coming up out of its jaw, this strange helm, and it is driving. It has like this modified front seat for the Tormentor in the center. It is driving that. So as we go into this chase, if you guys decide to attack and fire off, you can either choose to directly attack the war machine, or you can try to attack the people driving it and manning the weapons, that kind of thing. Make sense?
Aye, sir.
Yep.
Sure.
So I know it's been a while since we did a war machine chase or a war machine battle, so there will be some additional rules as we go through it. But the idea here is, I think I've got all of you guys. Yep. Everybody is currently... Let me pop that out. You guys should get a pop-up. If not for initiative, go ahead and go in and roll it. I will roll for Moon. And do you guys want me to... I know... do you want me to just roll for Severius?
Might as well.
There we go. I'll do him as well. There you go. All right. So that is going to get us all in the combat order, including all of the Hobgoblins. I'm not going to add in the individual war machines. We'll just do it from each of the different seats that are controlling things and that kind of stuff. So let's do this here. Switch over into this encounter. Alrighty. So at the very top of the order, we've got one of the hobgoblins here running the claw in the scavenger. He is not going to be able to do a whole lot because they're not within range of you guys. So he's going to pass his. That's going to bring us to one of the harpoonists in this first scavenger up here. Let me actually do this here. Make it a little bit easier. We'll call that scavenger 1 and this one scavenger 2. Make it a little bit easier to track stuff. So from within scavenger 1, we've got one of the harpoonists. The harpoon can reach up to 120 feet. One quick thing to notice, guys, as we're kind of moving stuff around here, these are not our normal 5-foot squares. Each square is 20 feet. So it is currently 100 feet away from Moon. It's 120 feet away from Severius. This guy is going to target Moon and try and hit him with one of the harpoons. Taking a shot directly at the... Come on, why is it not doing attack? There we go. So it is going to attack. That is actually going to hit. We're going to see the juke. I think that may have been why it didn't pop up at first. Let me just check something here. Let me...
Is the juke popped up? The juke popped up for me.
Yeah, so it may pop up on your guys' screens, just because of how I've got it set up for you guys to have control of all the different vehicles. If that stuff pops up and you guys want to use it, we certainly can. Let me add that. I'm going to delete the 17. We're going to do the 8. So let me add that back. So it just does the 8. There we go. Fixed it. So as you guys begin to see these war machines coming down, one of the massive harpoon launchers atop the scavenger fires forward. You see it come lancing across the distance and slam into the Devil's Ride. Its armor deflects some of it, but the unfortunately it's not a dexterity saving throw. Is not able to get out of the way in time, and it takes a hit from that heavy harpoon, knocking some of the armor plates off of the rear end. You see Moon kind of swerving to try and see if he can't make it harder to hit him from any future attacks. That would then bring us to Severius. Now, is Ryan back yet? Okay. So, because Ryan is running the helm, he can basically take this thing 100 feet, excuse me. The Tormentor does 100 feet of movement. Do you want to just go directly straight ahead? What do you guys want him to do here?
I mean, how much does terrain play into effect?
So basically, not a whole lot. So you guys have kind of got a straight shot. This is relatively flat, kind of like the salt flats. The difference is that you've got some of those iron trees that you've seen elsewhere poking up out of the ground in certain places. Yep.
Crashing this shit. I would say cruise straight ahead.
All right, so he can go up to 100 feet, which would put him about there. Now, at the end of every turn, and this is something we didn't do in our first chase, because you guys kind of turned around and attacked, but we are going to do some chase complications in this round, just because it's fun. So in D&D, when you do chases, whether it's on foot or whether it's in a vehicle, whether it's on horseback, there is the possibility of chase complications where crazy, weird shit happens during that chase. So I'm going to go ahead and roll for Severius. And he rolls a 3. Cool. So as the hot winds of Avernus are drying our skin, we see that a fire tornado 300 feet high And 30 feet wide at its base crosses your path. The vehicle avoids with a successful DC 15. Otherwise, it's going to envelop the vehicle and do a whole bunch of fire damage. Who would like to roll the difficulty check? A DC 15, and Severius gets... well, actually, you use the DC of the vehicle, so it's a +1 on Dex. So if anybody wants to roll that DC, if you open up the Tormentor, you can click on the Dexterity option and roll the saving throw.
I'll do it.
Gonna let our lucky bard go for it. And that, unfortunately, is not going to meet the DC of a 15. So we are going to have a whole... This is not going to be good. Okay, so I need Severius, Audrey, and Olin all to make dexterity saving throws for me.
Piece of cake.
This could get really ugly. Okay, Audrey makes it. Olin does not.
Like I said, piece of cake.
Just check something here. Actually, Olin, you're okay. It's just the folks that don't have total cover. So since you're inside, you have cover. It's Audrey and Audrey and Severius who have half cover and 3/4 cover. So Olin, you're perfectly all right. I'm just gonna race yours off. Audrey passed. So Ryan, we were playing your turn. You jetted ahead 100 feet, trying to get the Tormentor out in front. At the end of each round, we roll a d20 on the complications table. Your complication was that a fire tornado 300 feet high and 30 feet wide swings across the front and you drive through it. Everybody who isn't inside, we tried to do a DC dexterity saving throw and failed. I kind of want to back us up for a second. This can be technically a shit ton of damage. And since we were playing it on Severius' turn, I think I want to give him the chance to determine whether or not this is going to happen. So let's do this. If you double click on the Tormentor that's up front here, go ahead and click on its dexterity score and do a saving throw. Yep, you go ahead and you do it, Ryan. We had Audrey we had Audrey roll for you, but I'm gonna have you do it. And we don't roll your dexterity, we roll the dexterity of the vehicle.
And so what do I hit on there? Just Dex?
Yep, you just click on Dex. It should pop up and give you the option for saving throw. That is good. That is much safer. The DC was 15. You got a 16, so you beat it. So you are able to kind of, as you see this swirling infernal of fire swirling through the plains, you're able to juke the Tormentor kind of left and right, tapping the brakes and then accelerating to just miss the corner of this this fire tornado that is burning its way through the sky. Otherwise, you guys would have had to roll, and it can unfortunately lead to 18d10 fire damage if you fail the checks. Holy shit, that's goddamn brutal. But you were good. You made the save. So at this point, you have moved 100 feet straight ahead. In terms of helm actions, you do get some in the Tormentor, but it's primarily when you're like driving over folks with your crushing wheels or using the raking scythes. You may remember some of that when you guys fought those were creatures. Because you're out in front, you don't really have the ability to use those. If you wanted to, you could lock the wheel with your knees, give up the helm, and choose to cast back over your shoulder. Just keep in mind, each of the squares here is 20 feet. You're a pretty good distance here from any of the nearest targets, I think. Yeah, you're 200 feet, 220 feet or more from most of the targets. So unless you've got some real long distance spells, you may not be able to do a whole lot from there other than try to put the pedal to the metal and get everybody away.
With metal.
Or if you have any bonuses that you want to cast on yourself, anything like that, that you want to do in terms of trying to protect yourself, you can do that as well.
Okay, at the moment.
What does this guy do? I'm just trying to... I want to put something here on the board that shows the fire. And it's not letting me drag something
Perfect
out.
20 for my initiative? Damn.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Nice. Thank you.
Let me just shrink this down here a little bit. So this is that 30 foot. It's gonna be a little bit bigger than that. This is that fire tornado that just came across the front that you were able to just miss. I'm gonna put it just off the side here, so you guys can kind of see that thing is swirling around, and I may give it some movement as you guys are driving. So that's gonna be Severius's turn and his chase complication. That's gonna bring us to another hobgoblin here on the scavenger. This guy is just one of the passengers. He is not going to do anything on this turn. That's going to bring us to another one with claws. Can't do anything. Another hobgoblin up front here that can't do anything. That's going to be the captain. He gets to drive. So let's see here. The scavenger gets to go up to 100 feet. So let's see. Where does he want to go here? He's going to try and kind of pull up towards Moon. Trying to pull up
I don't like that.
Trying to pull up alongside him. Hey, Andrew. Welcome. You guys find yourself in some real shit. We are in the middle of a chase. So as you guys were going across the Plains of Avernus, kind of coming down toward Uldrak's grave, you find this area that's kind of like the salt flats in Utah, where you're going to be able to really open up and get some speed if you want to. But as you do, from a small canyon, just behind you, plumes of dust rise up. You hear the scream of infernal engines, and a pack of war machines comes out trying to give chase. This is an absolutely massive amount of combat because of the amount of people in it, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Severius just wanted to see how much damage that 18d10 would do. Yeah, it could be real bad. It could be real bad. So one of the things that we're doing is when you take an action on your turn, we're adding in the chase complications that we didn't use the last time. So that's where this huge fire tornado that we see swirling came from. Because Severius drove, so we did a complication after him. This guy in the helm is going to try to pull up next to Moon. And with the scavenger, he can't drive over you, so he can't use his crushing wheels. They don't have scything claws the way the Tormentor does, and the grappling claw is still too far behind. So he is just going to try and pull up to that point, like trying to gain speed. And as he does, he is going to have to roll on the complications table. So let's see what he gets.
Am I in Devil's Ride 1 or 2? I presume 1.
It should have your name on it. You're the guy. So the one that's up here next to the scavenger should say Moon on it. If you look at the actual Devil's Ride, it should be you.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep.
Oh, so the heart one. Cool.
Yeah, you took a lance, and now the guy that lanced you or I should say a harpoon, is now chasing after you. But because he drove, he has to roll on the complications. He rolls with no complication on a 15. So that's going to be his turn, which brings us to Audrey. So Audrey, you are here in the Tormentor. You are in the harpoon flinger seat, which has a range of up to 120 feet. So if you wanted to, that gives you this scavenger up here that's trying to hone in or close in on Moon, you could absolutely hit that from where you're at if you wanted to fire a harpoon. Or if you have a spell or something along those lines that you wanted to cast, you could certainly do so as well because you're not helming the Tormentor. So if you want to cast something, if you want to fire off a harpoon, you tell me what you want to do. You see this swirling tornado of fire just off your right side as you are bumping along through the plains.
Okay, I'm gonna fire off the harpoon.
Okay. So if you just double click on the Tormentor, you'll see that you have a harpoon flinger with 10 harpoons loaded. You can fire one off and let it consume a resource. As long as you've got the scavenger targeted, it will fire it for you. So that is going to be a hit for 8. So you see your harpoon go flying across, kind of arcing through the air 120 feet back at this screaming scavenger that's coming down upon Moon. As you see the harpoon, it slams into the armor and then bounces off, doing no damage. One of the things that you guys will notice about all of these different machines is they have a minimum and a maximum damage range. So it's what they call a threshold and a mishap. So if it's less than the threshold, it shrugs the damage off. If it's more than the mishap, it has to roll in the mishap table and possibly have some kind of a fatal crash or malfunction of the machine. With an 8, that is below the threshold of this massively armored scavenger that is pulling down atop of Moon. Anything else you'd like to do on this turn? Any additional bonus spells? Or bonus actions, I should say.
Nope, I think I'm good.
Okay. That's going to bring us to Olin. So, Olin, you're bumping along in one of the passenger seats here in the Tormentor. You see the scavenger bearing down upon Moon, this fire tornado that comes swinging along the front out of the flatlands ahead. Alatar still trailing a little bit behind you. What would Olin like to do?
Well, not a whole lot he can do. He'll just kind of hang out.
If you would like, so what I will say is because other things will be driving on their turns and may come into range, if you want to ready an action, you can certainly do that. It's like if you have a spell, if you say, if anything comes within 100 feet, I want to cast blank. If you have a spell that works within 100 feet, that kind of thing.
Yeah, most of my stuff is 60 feet, so
If you want to pick one for within 60 feet, so that each of these different machines does have different speeds. The bigger ones are usually about 100 feet, but those Devil's Rides can do up to 120.
all right. I would like to ready. Well, if I ready it, if it gets to my next turn, it's wasted, right?
Nope. So even though you ready it, if you don't cast it, I don't charge you the spell slot, that kind of thing. It's only used if the specific criteria fire off. So if you say, like, I'm going to ready it for the first war, and I will target a war machine or the driver of the first war machine that comes within 60 feet. If nothing does that, the spell just doesn't get used, and you hold on to the slot.
Okay. I will ready the spell Heat Metal for something that comes within 60 feet.
Okay. Are you looking to target the war machine or the driver?
Probably some metal armor that the driver is wearing.
Okay. Gotcha. Excellent. So we will say that you have got that readied. We have a... Cool. Okay. You haven't actually officially taken an action yet on this, so you don't have to roll on the chase complications. And I forgot to make Audrey roll, so we're going to let you guys both out of that. That's going to bring us to the Hobgoblin Harpoonist on Scavenger number 2. What's our distance here? He's just out of range, so he's going to ready a harpoon shot at Alatar for when this gets within range. That's going to bring us to our warlord, who is going to... He is going to try to pull down and pin Moon in here against the scavenger. He doesn't really have a whole lot that he can do in terms of attacks and that kind of thing on the Devil's Ride. I want to say he has javelins, so he is gonna take his hands off the wheel and toss a javelin directly at Moon, not at the... So I'm going to target Moon, take a shot with his javelin. Which is going to miss. All right, and then that means he's got to roll a chase complication. Oh, he rolls a 4. A swirling cloud of dust envelops his vehicle. He does not have, so he will be blinded until the start of his next turn. So let me go ahead and put a blinded on the driver. Which, that could be fun. So he just, so as he pulls up next to you, Moon, you see he slashes out with his javelin, but it misses. As he does so, all of a sudden his wheels kind of dip down into some softer dirt in the plains. It kicks up into his face, and you see him scratching at his eyes, tears running down his face as he is blinded temporarily. You see he grabs back for the handlebars, and he's just kind of letting the thing drift straight forward. He doesn't really know exactly where he's going, because again, he's blinded for the remainder till the beginning of the end of his next turn. That's going to bring us to another Hobgoblin Harpoonist here on Scavenger number 1. He is going to... Does he... how far away is he? Because he doesn't want to let you guys... It's 120 feet. That's 80 feet. He is actually going to target Alatar's Devil's Ride here down toward the bottom and fire off a harpoon. Trying to keep you guys closer. I think that is probably going to hit, but the juke isn't going to do a whole lot because it's not a dexterity-based save. That is going to do some damage to your War Machine. So, same kind of thing we saw with Moon's attack. This harpoon comes arcing out over, and as you try to kind of move and juke out of the way, it deflects partially off of your armor, but you see some of your armor plating break off. Damage now clear on your Devil's Ride, though it is still moving along at full speed. He is going to roll for his chase complication. Okay, so he's got to make a DC 15 to plow through unimpeded. Otherwise, he's going to have difficult terrain to go over. Cool. So that's going to be strength. Saving. He makes it. So they're going to plow through. So as you look back at this scavenger that is trying to pin in against Moon, the harpoon flashing through the air and slamming into your Devil's Ride. As you look back, Alatar, you see like a herd of these small devil creatures come kind of bouncing along the plain, and the scavenger just, its huge horns and metal-wrapped infernal wheels roll right through the creatures, just shredding them, blood flowing up, splashing all over the hull of the scavenger. That is going to bring us to Moon.
Okay, I'm gonna make up crazy stuff here.
So you are at the helm, so you can do. So you have all of the abilities that you see if you open up that that Devil's Ride.
So here's what I want to do, and I'm hoping you can either tell me how to do it or that I just can't. So I want to move forward. Looks like that's about 20 feet, and then I want to do a stunt.
Okay.
To where I'm gonna jerk my Devil's Ride to the right and hit his front wheel with my rear wheel. Since he's blinded, I'm hoping he won't see this and won't have a reaction, and hope to kind of just, spin him out a little bit, and then I want to keep moving and hope to God I can pull this off.
Well, I'm absolutely going to allow that to happen because this guy is. I'm guessing you're talking about the Hobgoblin Warlord that is blinded right now, correct?
Yeah.
The other Devil's Ride. Okay.
Yep.
So we will say that you move. I got to move this guy back a little bit so I can grab your guy. So
Oh
20,
yeah, I can't move it.
kind of 20 feet down. And then you're going to do your stunt. Stunt just requires that you go at least 10 feet, which you have done. You moved to full 20. We'll say that you're moving. So the one thing I will do is I'm going to turn your bike and say that you're going in this direction because it does require you to go in a straight line. So we'll just say that you basically turned and went hard in that direction 20 feet. So we need to have you do a dexterity check using the bike's dexterity, not your own. So if you double click on the Devil's Ride, roll a DC dexterity check. And this is an ability check, not a saving throw.
I don't think I have permission.
You should be able to double click on it. Does it open up the sheet?
Yeah, I have the sheet open, but when I click the +4, it doesn't do anything.
No, just click on the word dex.
Ah,
Yep, just click on the titles. It'll let you roll them. So
inspiration.
all right, you can go ahead and use it.
I had this planned already.
So the second is going to be, so you get it with the 10. So the DC is a 10. You make it with a 10. Okay, so what we're going to do is say, so you want to have your tire hit his front tire.
Yep, and then I was hoping since he was blind, I might get some kind of cool advantage on that one since he doesn't see it coming.
Yeah, I want to do... So he's going to fail any... So blinded means you automatically fail any kind of ability check that requires sight. Attack rolls against him have advantage, and his attack rolls have disadvantage. So it doesn't do anything with saving throws. But what I will say is, let's have... I kind of want to do this as a saving, like a contested saving throw, I think. So let me have you do... I'm going to let you do your dexterity as an ability check versus the War Machine's dexterity in a versus.
I would like to,
That should give you a pretty...
request a saving throw because it's better just for fun.
So let me... Well, that's going to... You know what? He's automatically going to fail it. It's an ability check. Because he's trying to... It's your attack versus his dexterity. It's going to automatically fail because he's blinded.
So he crashes, he gets thrown off into the fire, and we win.
So let me see here. Let me have him... Trying to think about how much damage he's going to take here as his bike goes flying all over the place. Crashing. Okay, so he moved 120 feet to catch, or he moved, 80 feet. I'm looking at the crashing rules here quick. So he takes 1d6 for every 10 feet. So he's going to take 8d6 bludgeoning against the vehicle, which immediately stops moving. Okay, so 8d. Do you want to roll it? It's your damage, so it's 8d6.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
that's not very good.
That's all right though, because 24 damage is going to be quite a bit here. So that actually is. Let me do that. That's the minus 24 on him to get it down. So here's the thing: is that also goes past the mishap threshold, which means he's got to roll on it. Let me go ahead and have him roll a mishap. Okay, so he has come to a complete stop. The vehicle has taken a massive amount of damage, and part of that damage is that his furnace is ruptured. His speed is reduced by 30 feet. So even if he gets back up to speed, his speed is going to be drastically reduced from 120 down to 90 feet. There we go.
Does he get thrown? Kind of my goal.
it's going to be, that would be a dexterity saving throw on him. Let's say we go with a...
27 sounds good.
I was going to say he's blind. I would say, let's say that makes it some very difficult check. Let's say a 15 or higher is what he would need.
With disadvantage because of the blindness?
So that's, he gets disadvantage on ability checks, not on saving throws.
I'm grasping for straws because I came in here panicking.
That's all right. He is going to fail it. So he is going to get knocked off. You know what? Same way we did with the crash damage on the war machine. Let's go ahead and do another 8d6 on him and see what happens. Because he's going to get tossed off on his face from high speed. That's a serious walloping. Minus 32. He is now blind and he is prone. So I'm going to put him down on the ground. So we will see two different conditions on that High Warlord. So that is 20 feet of your movement and your stunt. Technically, you can take the rest of the movement available to your Devil's Ride on this turn.
And I do...
It's 100,
as far as I can go.
he goes 120 feet total. So you can go up to another 100 feet because you've gone 20 thus far.
Well, the stunt counts as 10 as well. So I don't know how you want to count that because these are bases of 20.
Good call. Let me go back to the war machines here.
So theoretically, I could get to there if you can see my measurement. Plus 10, but...
Gotcha. So he's gone 30, so you've got another, 90 feet left to you?
Yeah, so,
Yep.
but I figured round down, so 80.
So you want to go to there, and I'm going to...
Whoa, I like that one better. Do that.
I'm going to guess you're going to turn to go straight there. All right.
Yup.
Cool. That's going to bring us back to the driver of our Tormentor. Oh. Let me back up a second.
I have to do something.
Yeah. And it looks like you rolled with no complication. Perfect. That's going to bring us to our huge demon over here who can go 100 feet. He is going to do that, which then means he has to roll on a chase complication. That's no good. He did not use dash, so he is all right. That is going to bring us to the Hobgoblin inside the Tormentor. He is not one of the ones using... How far does a longbow shoot? 150 feet. How far away are we here? 140 feet. This guy is going to try and take a shot at the Tormentor with his longbow. That might hit. You guys may have gotten a pop-up or a reaction on the Tormentor. The juke isn't going to actually do anything right now because it doesn't have the... it's on a dexterity saving throw, so whoever got that, if you click on it... I hope not. Otherwise, it'll time out in 30 seconds. Or so. So longbow is going to hit, but you will see that with that minuscule amount of damage, even though the arrow comes arcing over, Audrey, you see it kind of coming towards your harpoon, the seat where you're running the harpoon cannon. The arrow kind of pings off the armor next to you, bounces away, doing no damage to the Tormentor. That is going to bring us to the next guy, but we've got to roll a chase complication because he took an action. There is nobody on the outside of it. Everybody is in a seat, so he's good there. That's going to bring us to scavenger number 2. He is just a passenger, so he's not doing anything. Here's another hobgoblin in the Tormentor. He is also going to try and take a shot. He is going to try to target Audrey. Now, Audrey, you have... Let me set this up for you. You've got, I believe, 3/4 cover? Half cover. Let me check here. Half cover.
9/10. 9/10.
So you've got half cover. Let me put that. Let me put that on you. Olin, I'm actually going to... you've got complete cover, which means nobody can shoot at you. And the Various has got 3/4. So let me put that... I'm not seeing my 3/4 cover. I don't know where that went. Interesting. Let's take a look at why that disappeared. One of the conditions I created isn't there. So you've got 3/4 cover. He's going to try and shoot this arrow at you, but it's going to take into account your cover here as it flies. So you rolled a 9, which you can subtract from his, which would put that well below it. So let me put those hit points back on you. So you use your cutting words. Let me make sure it didn't subtract. Yep, you're back in 100. You use your cutting words as the arrow comes slicing in just before it's about to hit you. You sing out using your bardic powers. It's almost as if the arrow rewinds, and as it fires from his bow, it just immediately shoots out wide. He's got to roll on a complication. All right, so that's going to hurt. So any that doesn't have complete cover, so that's going to be the driver. Our giant devil friend here is going to be blinded. As is the guy in the turret. They're both going to be blinded because they don't have full cover. That's going to take us there. He is blinded and can't do anything on this turn, but he will cease being blinded at the end of his turn. So he'll be able to go on the next one. That's going to bring us to Alatar.
All right, I was trying to figure out how this is going to look. So, I guess since I'm riding the bike, my shield is on my back, right?
Correct.
So, shield facing, yeah.
Correct.
We're going to launch a firewall.
Okay. It should let you cast it and place it out. It's not going to look as big as usual because of the size of the 20-foot scale, but put it where you'd like to put it.
I was in the pool.
And shrinkage, Jerry. Okay. So I want to do one quick thing here. Because it should be that. Because it's technically 1 foot wide. Do you want to have it be where it's like right at the nose? Like that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what I will say is this, and if you want to move it, we can. This guy, the little Devil's Ride, is at a complete dead stop, and the guy is off. The warlord is on the ground, like here in front of it. They're at a complete dead stop from the stunt that Moon pulled. This Tormentor is still going at full speed. So if you wanted to put the wall, so where it is right now, they would have 20 feet of reaction space to try to swerve around it. I don't think they're going to be able to completely miss it. But if you manifest it like right on their nose, like here, they won't be able to. It depends on where you want to put it. If you put it here, you're going to hit the warlord that's on the ground. I can actually put him. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let me go back to my people mover. I can put him there. So that's actually where he is on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll cast it there. I want to get it right.
Okay. Did you catch him? Okay.
Yeah.
So the wall of fire does 23 damage. They have to. It's a dexterity saving throw. So he's on the ground prone, but he can still make a saving throw. And what is your spell DC? Spellbook. You're at 14, so he's going to fail that. Take 5d8 fire for 23, so that's going to be minus 23. He is on... Does it set them on fire?
I don't believe it sets them on fire.
It's anything within 10 feet of that side. Okay.
Or
And so the
Carcajuck.
side that it would be, the fire would be on, would be the side that they're approaching.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay. So that's your spell cast. So you've got this 60-foot wall of fire suddenly erupts up from the plains directly on top of where the Hobgoblin Warlord is laying prone on the ground, blinded with dust in his eyes, bleeding from his face from having slid across the roughened dirt. Directly behind him, only 20 feet or 25 feet further back, we can see that the Tormentor is flying directly at this wall of fire. Also, its driver, blinded from the complication, bearing down on that wall of fire. What else would Alatar like to do in this turn? That's going to be your 120 feet, correct?
Sure.
Yep. Okay. So zooming forward, get me the fuck out of here, says Alatar. Drop some heat and roll.
Roll.
All right, I am going to need you to roll on that complication table. Should just pop up on your screen there for you. Okay, so you hit another herd of lemurs that are coming running across the plain. Let me have you make a DC 15 strength or dexterity check, but you've got to use it doing the Devil's Ride strength or dexterity, not Alatar's. So if you open
Ability check, right?
it's going to be a ability check, yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's going to be a miss. So, on your next turn, your first 30 feet are going to be difficult terrain, which means that your next square and a half will cost you 60 feet of movement. So you'll be reduced in speed a little bit in your next turn. Alrighty, that's going to bring us to... He's in the Tormentor. He sees this wall of fire pop up. He is just going to hunker down, so he maintains cover. That's going to bring us to the captain in the Scavenger, who is not the one driving. He is just riding along, so he is not going to do anything. That's going to bring me to the harpoon cannon here on the Scavenger. Can anybody... Now, everybody is out of range, so he is going to go ahead and ready an action for when he gets within range to fire at the Tormentor being driven by Severius if he can, which will bring us to the helm of the Scavenger. So he can go up to 100 feet. So he is going to do that, which puts him within range of the Tormentor. So his turn is over. He's driving that far forward. As soon as he gets within range, the previous guy is going to fire off that readied action, and then we've got to figure out the complications for both of them. So first things first, he is going to fire off the harpoon. Let's see if it does enough damage here to get through. If anybody got a juke pop up, you can click on that or X out of it. If not, it will time out here in just a little bit. Okay, so that is going to be a hit for 11, which does go over the threshold. So the armor threshold on the Tormentor is a 10 with an 11. That does hit, doing 11 damage. Severius, as you're driving, you suddenly feel the Tormentor fishtails a little bit. You look up, and there is a massive infernal steel barbed harpoon sticking through the rear plate wall of the Tormentor. It's only inches behind your head, and it hit with such an impact that it actually shook the entire vehicle, causing you to fishtail a little bit. That is going to be his turn, and the driver's turn. They both now need to roll for complications, so we're going to roll for the harpoon readied first. Nobody on it is unsecured because they're all in those seats, so that's going to be an okay one. The second one for the driver is going to be no complications with the 17, so we are good to go there. That's going to bring us back to the very top of our order. This guy is going to ready his claw in case he can get up close enough. This guy is just out of range with his harpoon, so he is going to ready a harpoon shot at Moon if they get close enough. Having already taken one shot at Moon earlier, so we're going to leave him with a ready. That's going to bring us to Severius. So you are still at the helm of your Tormentor. You have any of the helm actions. You can speed up, drive forward, choose a direction. You've got 100 feet of movement. Unfortunately, most of the main attacks you have are like those crushing wheels or raking scythes like you had used against those weird creatures. You can also, if you wanted to, you can use like the dash ability to try and make the vehicle go faster and further by using some of the demon ichor that you guys have got. Or you can cast off, you can just hold the wheel with your knees, lean out and cast backwards if you'd like to.
I don't have anything cast, so I'm going to drive forward. How far can I go?
Total of 100 feet. So you can get up to about there. If you want to change direction, you can do so. Like, you guys have got basically top to bottom on this map. It's up to you where you kind of want to go. Yep. Okay.
You know, put that tornado between us a little.
Gotcha. Okay. And
is there anything in front of me? Like, is it all just kind of open plain?
So this is basic kind of open plain. There, you do see in the distance there are some large infernal iron trees, kind of the same ones that you saw on Harriman's Hill, where the vampire was crucified on the tree. You see some of those in the just up massive ones growing up out of the plains ahead of you. So there's one here. There's another one over here. Another one over here. Down here. There's a one back here. Those big kind of spiky trees growing up are the stuff that you guys could juke around, that kind of stuff if you wanted to. You're not gonna turn around and charge back like you did the last time? I thought for sure you would. I thought for sure you would.
If there was one, I might. We might whittle them down first a little can here.
Okay.
So I think that's all I got. I don't have any long distance spells, so.
Alrighty. Since you were driving, sir, we are going to have you do a complication. Did it just pop up on your screen for you? Yep. Okay. So let me have you go ahead and just roll. So open up the Tormentor and roll just click on the Dex.
Okay.
And it's just an ability check. Okay. So that means on your next turn, you're going to see 60 feet of difficult terrain. So normally you would go 100 feet. That's going to be reduced. 60 feet of that becomes difficult, which means that you have to go at, it only allows you to go half of that. So you've got 70 feet of movement next time rather than your full 100. That's going to bring us back to the scavenger. Oh, how far am I here from Moon? He's within range. So this guy... Oh, no, that's scavenger 1. Excuse me. I'm looking at the wrong one. He's 140 feet. That's within range. of their
Does that
longbows.
tornado move at all?
Actually, yeah, I can absolutely move it. Let me. So I'm gonna say northeast, southwest will be 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it is going to move south. To about there. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How tall is that wall of fire? Can you see me through it?
So the wall of fire is 30 feet high, I believe.
I know I'm shorter than that, but I don't know about him.
It's 20 feet high, 1 foot thick. Let me do this. He's going to take that shot at Moon. He's actually going to try and target you directly rather than your
So half cover?
Devil's Ride. You are going to have
It's half.
half cover.
I'm reading it.
See, I'm just trying to apply it here real quick. Half cover.
Not gonna lie, I came in this panic, so my adrenaline's a little pumped up. I'm reading everything as we go.
Let me do that. He is going to fire off his longbow, and I'm going to actually do that with disadvantage because of that wall of fire in between the two of you guys. That's going to be almost 2 critical failures. So he misses completely, which means he needs to do that. Cool. Cool. So he has the effects of a Bane spell. Ba-ba-ba. So he's got to roll a d4 to subtract from his attacks until... And the spell lasts for 1 minute. So for 1 minute, he has got a d4 from any attack roll. He did fire, so he's got to roll on the complications. Fuck me. Okay, so we're going to have another flaming tornado that appears right here in front of him. He's got to make a DC 15 Dex saving throw on the scavenger, which he makes. Oof. So he is going to be able to try to swerve around that as the.
Did we use inspiration against you?
Unfortunately, no. But we now have 2 tornadoes on the board. That's going to bring us to. The guy with the claw can't do a whole lot. This guy is in the scavenger as well. He is going to hold an action. The captain can now move. So he is going to... so this thing technically needs to move 1 north. Because he's going to miss it. Because we made the dexterity check. The question is... Can he skirt the edge of that wall of fire? Can he thread the needle, the 20-foot needle between the two?
No, that thing looks like it's too wide, man. It ain't making it.
I agree.
Take your poison.
That thing's 2 spaces wide.
Yeah, it's at least 50 feet.
So let's say it's gonna go there. Oh, it's gonna go the 100 feet forward, but it's gonna catch the edge of your firewall as it goes by. So it dodges out of the way of the fire tornado, but it is gonna catch your firewall. Do you want me to just apply the damage that you rolled initially, or do you want to roll again on it? 5d8.
I didn't even roll the first time.
It auto rolled for you as part of the spell. Yeah.
I'll run 5.
It did 23 damage the first time.
Okay. Well, keep it interesting.
Okay. It's going to do 30 damage. That is going to be over its threshold and over its mishap. So let's go here and do the minus 30 on that scavenger. And then it needs to roll on the mishaps table. Ooh, 5 is another furnace rupture. So this one is also going to have reduced speed. Let me go ahead and change from 100 feet down to 70 feet per turn. There we go. So as the scavenger tries to straighten out, you see its driver screaming at the hobgoblins in the weapon seat to fire and try and slow you guys down. He is rapidly changing directions to avoid this new swirling fire tornado that drops down out of the sky. Just clipping the right side of the scavenger as it goes through that wall of fire. You can see that the armor and plating and wheels, the bits and bobs of wood, all along that side kind of blacken quickly on the side of the scavenger, leaving flame-ridden scars along its armor. As it goes to kind of straighten out, you hear a kind of an explosion. You see a wave of dark smoke pouring out of the back of the scavenger, and it immediately begins to slow. That is going to bring us back to Audrey.
Well, I'm too far to hit it with the harpoon. Alright, can I hit it? No one's good.
Do this.
Alright, so I'm gonna try the crossbow.
Okay. Let me do that. See if this makes a difference. I'm just fixing some of the cover issues here. So which one you're targeting the scavenger, and you want to fire off the harpoon, correct?
Well, the harpoon won't reach, so I gotta do crossbow.
Okay. Huh. Here we go. So that's going to shoot across, doing 10 damage. That actually does meet the threshold. So as you fire, you see that that damaged side that has got the burns and markings down the side of the armor. Your crossbow, deftly fired, makes its way through the swirling dust and smoke around the tornado that is moving toward the south and toward Moon. And you see your bolt digs in deep into one of the infernal wheels. It kind of clacks, almost giving it kind of a rough roll as it goes over and over and over and over, snapping that crossbow bolt, finally falling from the wheel. But you have done some permanent damage to that device. That means you get to roll on the complication table.
Whee!
Okay, so if you open up the Tormentor and click on the decks at the top, and that's going to be an ability check of 10 or higher, rolling that dex. You pass, so you're good to go there. Okay. That's going to bring us back to Olin.
Still holding the action, the heat metal, waiting for a driver of a vehicle to come within range.
Gotcha. Where do these things shoot? Is it 120 feet?
You're on the wrong
100 feet.
scavenger, unfortunately.
Yep.
which makes me sad, but I am.
Yeah, because he's definitely going to target you, being that you're directly in front of him. He is going to fire off at your Devil's Ride. That should be a miss with a 4, I think.
I would sure hope so. I didn't actually click anything, but okay.
Oh, no, he gets his bonuses. Holy crap, +6, +5. I forget how hard these things hit.
But my Devil's Ride is a 23 AC.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's saying a hit. Let's do that. That should put that 11 back. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying a hit. That's odd. You're not stationary, which would be a 19, but even that would be more than enough. Interesting. I think it's I don't think MIDI handles vehicle combat really well yet. So we got to keep an eye on some of that stuff. Okay, so that's 19. That added it back. So as it fires at you, you see one of the massive infernal iron spiked cruel barbed harpoons slams into the dry dirt beside you. A puff of dirt and gravel flying up in the air just from the heaviness of its impact next to your Devil's Ride. But it misses you as it takes its shot. He gets to roll on the complications. He is... anything that doesn't have total cover is going to be blinded. So, on this one, that's going to be our driver, who is now blinded. And both of our harpoonists get blinded, as well as our claw user. Are all blinded until the end of their next turn. There we go. So everybody in that scavenger, basically except for the driver and the one guy that doesn't have a seat inside who have total cover. Actually, the driver doesn't... No, did I get the driver? Yeah, I got the driver. So just the two that don't have external facing seats that have total cover. That's going to bring us to... oh, poor High Garage, who is on the ground. He is... Now that wall of flame continues to do damage in front of it, and it's directly across his midsection, as I recall. Correct, Dig? So that should hit him again as he begins to crawl forward. So he is going to try to move forward to get out of it, but he will take damage. So if you want to roll that 5d8 again to see what it does.
Hell yeah.
It's going to be another -26. But we will say that he is no longer on fire. That blind from his last turn is going to be removed. And he expended some of his movement to get up and take that step forward. So he is not prone. So he's back to standing. And that's going to be his entire turn. Another harpoonist. Can do 120 feet. Or 100 feet. This guy is going to take another shot at Moon here. Just because that's who he was shooting at originally. Let's see what happens.
That still misses.
Yeah, it's odd too, because it's like it's not taking into account the armor class at all. It's like it doesn't even see it.
I feel like it did it last time too, but...
yeah, it's weird. It's weird, man. But yeah, that one is going to come flying over. I reversed it. We're good. So the harpoon comes slamming into the dirt next to you, but you are able to maneuver around it. That is going to be another chase complication from him. No complications. So that's going to bring us back to Moon.
Well, I don't like being here, that's for sure. I'm moving as far as I can, but I'm going to expend another 10 feet and just crank my engine so my back wheel starts spinning for a second there.
Okay.
And like kind of pulls up like a cloud of dust, maybe obscure us a little bit, and then keep moving.
Okay, so you're going to do that as a stunt. Okay. So let's see here. That's going to be a pass with that DC check over 10. So we will say that you have popped up a let's see here. Let me have you roll. Let me have you flip a coin. We're going to do 10 feet or 20 feet.
Sorry, I couldn't type apparently.
That's all right. So it's going to be a 10-foot cloud. So let's do this guy. So it's going to be a small 10-foot cloud of dust kind of sitting in the air right there. And I see you went your 100, the remainder of your movement of the 120 feet you had minus the stunt. Anything else, sir?
Hang on. I don't think I can do anything else. Nope.
Did you get a pop-up for the complication?
Nope.
Let's try that. Still no? There we go. Alrighty, no complications with another good roll. That's gonna bring.
Mine doesn't have a description, just for the record.
It's because of how the whatchamacallit, the let me roll that for you pulls the result. When it lets me save it as a macro, it removes all that stuff. So that's going to bring us back to our devil driving friend who was blinded. So he can't see and is just going to let the machine continue to move its 100 feet, which would be to there, which means it's going to drive directly through that wall of fire. Dig, if you want to go ahead and roll that 5d8 again.
And the Devil's Ride and the Warlord. I like this plan.
Minus 14 is going to do that. So there's 14 damage against the Tormentor. He is going to no longer be blinded because it's the end of his turn. He is going to go ahead and roll a chase complication. All over. Oh, Jesus. So he needs a DC 10 or higher or the thing is upside down. So as he comes burning out of the flames and trying to clear his eyes, this could really suck.
And he kills his Warlord.
Oh, he fucking fails it.
Topia 16.
All right, so he's going to flip it over. So there's nobody on the outside of it that has to do the strength check. Nobody gets tossed. But we're going to say this thing is now on its side and it is prone, which means it's not going anywhere. That's going to bring so that was his chase complication plus the damage.
Hang on.
Yeah.
On. You're not done. Keep going. You ran over your own friend.
Oh, that's right. He's not even dead yet, is he? Jesus.
He's about to be.
Bum, bum, bum. Highlight target. I thought he was already dead for a second. Let's do crushing wheels. Yeah. High Lord Granja Jack. How are we doing there, bud? He is near death. My God. Single digits here, folks. So as he gets to his feet, patting out the flames, smoke coming off of his armor, he looks up as the Tormentor plows right over him, knocking him prone yet again. Prone. Knocking him back down to the ground, taking damage from those crushing wheels as they roll over him. As he looks up, he sees the Tormentor going ass over tea kettle, rolling till it comes sliding to a stop on its side, smoke pouring out of the engine block and exhaust in the back, the dirt and gravel heavy in the air, raining down upon it from the impact of that vicious crash. There we go. That's going to bring us to... So this guy is going to basically spend his movement crawling out of the Tormentor. So we're going to have this one little guy here standing next to it. That's going to be his entire move, just crawling out. That's going to bring us to the second scavenger. He doesn't have anything, so he's going to hold. This hobgoblin is also going to crawl out of the scavenger and be there. This guy is also going to crawl out and be here at the back end. Which brings us back to Alatar. So behind you, you see a bunch of hobgoblins crawling out of this crashed Tormentor, smoke, dust, all kinds of weird devil grease leaking into the ground. You see a group of hobgoblins crawling out of the prone wreck. What would Alatar like to do?
I'm gonna take a shot at one of them. Is there gonna be any negative interaction with the fire tornado if I cast through it?
So let's see here. The fire tornado, I think, is what, 30? That is gonna definitely block some of it. Let me just see how.
I'll make it easy. I'll just make it.
Yes, it's 300 feet high, 30 feet wide. So yeah, it's definitely in the way.
All right, so I'm gonna continue riding and then look over my left shoulder and cast under my arm that's holding
Okay.
the handlebars.
So the first one is a hit. You see the hobgoblin as it's literally crawling out. Your Eldritch Blast comes shooting from the distance, knocking it back, leaving it bloodied and near death. So as you're doing that, because you're not going to helm, that means the vehicle is going to continue straight ahead for its 120 feet. At that same consistent speed. Perfect. And then you get to roll for a complication, my friend. All right, so DC 15 dexterity saving throw from the vehicle. So it's dexterity, not your own. Oh, that's going to be good.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to miss that complication. Guys, I need just 2 minutes. I need a quick bio break. My eyeballs are floating from all this coffee. I'm going to be right back. And we'll continue. I can't remember if this one had the movement speed, or I know the Tormentor did, and it crashed, and this one I'm pretty sure has the 30 feet of difficult terrain. I don't think this one did.
Yeah, Scavenger 1 had the Furnace Rupture also.
Yeah, so it's down to... Yeah, I reduced it down to 70 feet instead of 100. It's still 100. All right, so let's see here. So this one... So I had another one of the guys crawl out. And then we're here on the captain, so he can do basically that. Okay. Doo-doo-doo. He is not going to make it, so he is not going to get the cover. Cool. Alright, so they can go 70 feet. Just going to roughly be to there. A little bit further.
Isn't that the Harpoonist, though?
Oh, yeah, hang on. I'm looking at the helm.
Also, they're blind.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong one. Hang on.
I got you.
Why is it clicking on the wrong one? There we go. For some reason, it went to the helm rather than the harpoonist before him. And that was on the wrong one too. I don't know what's going on with that. He's got definite range here, so he is going to try and take a shot.
He's blind.
Yeah. He is going to still try and fire off at your... Which means he fires with disadvantage. Did that even roll the disadvantage? What is going on?
It's still going to be a...
Yeah, it's going to be
a...
So weird. I don't know if it's just MIDI acting funny tonight or what, but it's doing odd stuff. That's going to be his turn, so that's going to be the end of his blinded. He'll have missed either way, which will then bring us to the helm. You know what? I know what I did. I know why it went out of order. I did it as the head rather than this guy. He does not have a turn because I've already moved it incorrectly. That was my mistake. So he is not going to do anything. That's going to bring us to this guy who's on the claw, who can't do anything. That is going to bring us to the harpoonist that I was trying to grab initially. God, he can't reach anybody. Nope. So he's going to hold the harpoon in case they move within range, which brings us back to Severius. So, Severius, you see behind you, the Devil's Ride is at a complete stop. Its rider bleeding out profusely all over the ground. The Tormentor that was chasing you with the Devil at the helm has gone rolling and crashing, leaving it prone in the dirt behind you. You still have two large scavengers coming at you.
Should those tornadoes take another
They will.
spin?
Yeah.
Did that just roll to hit both of us?
Yeah, I'm not sure what just... It's like there's some kind of weird delay shit going on. Let me do that.
So I had the juke popped up on me and I just X'd out of it and it still rolled it.
Yeah, it's so weird. It didn't do any, but it targeted like multiple things. I don't know how it did that. I reversed the damage on the Devil's Ride and it didn't do anything to the Tormentor. It's just weird that it had multiple targets for some reason. Yeah, that's very odd. So what would Severius like to do?
All right. I'm going to drift north some here. And I can only go, what, 60? I think you said 70?
Yeah, so you had 30 feet of difficult terrain, which means that's going to cost you 60 feet of movement. So you got 30 feet and then 40 on top of that, so you can go a total of 70.
What is that?
I think you got like one more square you could probably go.
That. Right there.
All right. I thought for sure you would turn around and try to go drive over hobgoblins. Severius is not playing true to form tonight. I'm getting confused. That's going to bring us here. He's not going to do anything because they're trying to catch up. The claw can't do a whole heck of a lot. He's going to hold. All right, there's the helm. So he can go 70, which is only about yay far. But that brings him within 100 feet. So the previous gentleman up here at the top of our order who was holding his harpoon is going to fire off at the Tormentor. Somebody should have got a pop-up for a juke. I'm probably going to remove those if we do another one of these because it just pops up randomly because everybody has access to the tokens.
No pops.
It's always me.
Yeah. 27 would hit, so it's going to do 10 damage. That does, I think, just pass the threshold. So you do see the damage again. So, Severius, as you begin to drift toward the north, you see another massive infernal barbed harpoon comes slamming through the roof of your Tormentor. This one almost poking into where Olin is sitting. Let me do this as well. I gotta roll that d4. And this thing is gonna go north. So we're gonna end up having a... Let's say it goes there. He swerves up just a little bit as he's coming through. This guy's all over the place. That is gonna begin drifting north toward where he is at. He took a shot, so we get a complication there. No complication. And then also one from the driver, because it was the held action and the driver. Also no complication there. So that's going to be both of their turns, which brings us back to Audrey. So you've got massive harpoons lancing out, slamming into your war machine as Severius is trying to deftly maneuver the crusty, dried bed of the Avernus Plains. What would Audrey like to do? You've got two scavengers still in pursuit. She's going to take with that shot with that harpoon flinger, which I think is going to be... I think that's going to bounce off again. Yeah, 5 is below the threshold. So your harpoon goes flying out, but as it kind of swerves to try and miss that flaming tornado, your harpoon goes slicing off of its armor. That is going to be a chase complication now from Audrey. So if Severius uses dash to try to double the speed of your Tormentor in this round, we will have to do a dexterity check to see if it crashes into anything. That's going to bring us back to Olin. What I would say, Olin, is you're about 80 feet away. I don't know if we've got anything that you have from that range.
No, just going to continue to hold the action for a driver that comes in range.
I mean, you could tell Severius, break! And then if he does break, you could fire off that heat metal spell. If he doesn't stay out of range. Let's go Another harpoonist up here. He is Scavenger 2. He is blinded. He is not going to do anything, so he will just lose the blinded on his turn. Poor High Garage is going to stand back up. This poor guy has been getting the shit kicked out of him. That's going to be his move, just to stand and pick his body up off the ground. Okay, back to Scavenger 1. The second harpoonist is just within range, so he is going to fire here at the Tormentor again. That, I'm guessing, is going to miss. I think bet you Alatar's got a juke button.
Naturally.
That's how I keep you on your toes, bud. 21 actually hits the armor class, but that 9 is below the threshold. So the harpoon comes slashing in, bouncing off of one of the chrome exhausts sticking out of the back of the Tormentor. It goes falling into the dirt beside you as you continue driving. That's going to be a chase complication from him. So strength or dex. He's going to do a strength. Is it a saving throw? Ability check. It's a check. Yeah, check, not throw. That will pass. So they go blaring through another herd of lemurs. More blood, fiendish fur coating the scavenger as it comes barreling through. That brings us back to Moon.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just moving.
Okay.
We got nothing else, I don't think.
That's going to bring us here. He is just going to crawl out the front. So everybody is now out of the Tormentor.
How did he fit in that thing? He's gigantic.
Yeah. They're not to scale.
Unrealistic. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Curiosity question.
Yeah.
Are those tornadoes still moving?
They oh yeah, we've got to move the second one on your turn. Correct, it was your turn and Severius' turn that they both came up, correct?
No, it was Scavenger 1's turn and Severius' turn.
Gotcha. While I'm doing that, let me have you do that, because you drove. Man, constant no complications from Moon.
Now I'm jinxed.
Let me roll on this one. Alright, that would move north, so it's actually moving away from the field of battle. This guy is actually just going to try to move kind of back behind the Tormentor here a little bit. That's going to bring us to Scavenger 2. He doesn't have a weapon or anything, so he is going to hold. That guy is not going to do anything. He's not going to do anything. They're going to try to spend... brings me back to Alatar. So you've got a group of hobgoblins all kind of clustered up around the fallen Tormentor that is prone on its side. You see this massive demon come crawling out of the kind of modified front cockpit that turns it into just a single seat. He is shaking his head and screaming in rage at the hobgoblins to try and help him turn this Tormentor back upside down. What would Alatar like to do?
I'm just gonna nuke him, I think. I have nuke, right? Nuke is an option. Weapon.
I think that's a 20th level spell.
Well, it's a bitter breath. Still within range. Give it a go. How tall? I got a question. How tall are the iron treants?
They're pretty tall. So
Okay.
they're think of them like especially with the size of the ones that I put out here, they're like redwoods.
Okay. So I can cruise under them.
Yeah, I put them out there so you guys would have cover if you wanted to get that far.
Scheiße.
Unfortunately, those are both going to be misses, my friend.
Scheiße.
But you do continue to go 120 feet straight ahead. Which brings
Sorry,
it-
guys.
So I'm trying to see here. I'm trying to look at repairs here to see what they have to do if they want to try to flip this thing back. All right, so now that they've gone through, it looks like they can use an ability check based on the nature of the mishap. So let me just look at the mishap here real quick. It was... Flips and falls prone. It was a DC 20. That was to be... keep from being tossed. It was strength in order to do that, and it was a DC of 20. So this guy is going to try and use his strength against a DC of 20 to try to help flip this thing back over. And gets nowhere. So that brings me back to the captain here, who is driving. He still gets about that much. Actually, not quite that much because it's 70 feet. So he is going to pull up even closer behind, still trying to close in on this tormentor. No complication. Excellent. Scavenger 2. Harpoonist. It's only 120 feet, and everybody's out of range. So he is going to hold his shot for Moon if they can try to close the distance. This is going to be... We had him last time. I didn't clear his blind. I didn't clear 2 of their blinds. He is going to try to go... which puts them just in range. So the first guy is going to do his readied, and then we'll do both of their complications. That's probably going to be a miss. Even with his bonuses, I don't think it's going to get over your 23.
How long do you think till it rolls? There it is.
I mean, yeah.
I was ready for it.
As soon as they came in range, Olin's releasing the heat metal, right?
Yep. Good call. So let me just do their 2 complications on this one to the south, and then we'll do the fuck. Okay, so I'm gonna have to pick one for that, and then
Something huge.
No complications. Let me find
Not
something.
sure that's good for anybody.
It's got to be something fast. What have I got that's fast?
Oh, a flying T-Rex.
If a flying T-Rex shows up, you guys are on your own. I am just booking it out of here.
Trying to find something that can. It's got some
Commit
decent
suicide if it
speed.
fails.
I think it's called a Drake.
So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just trying to look at the different things I've got in terms of speed. They're pretty fast. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to flip a coin here. So in terms of speed, I was thinking we could either use a Baldur, those big orangutan ape-looking things, because they move pretty fast when they get jumping and running, or some hell wasps, because they can fly super fast. So I'm going to flip. We'll say on an even number, it's going to be Baldur. On an odd number, we'll do hell wasps. So that's going to be Baldur. I'm going to roll... What do you think, guys? 1d6 to see how many Burl Girls we get?
Hang on, how fast are they again?
They'll do up to 40 feet. So this thing is gonna try and see if they can't jump on this scavenger as it goes by. Cool. So I'm actually going to put them like that because he's driving through like a group of them because that's fucking fun.
Did you already drive?
Yeah.
Willing to be back out of range of me, maybe?
No, well, so they're all focused on him. Yeah, so they're going to chase after him. So I want to do that. Let's do that. And then I need to... Good Lord, I need to add all of them into the...
Isn't it being the Game Master fun?
It's so many. I have so much stuff in the combat tracker right now. It's ridiculous.
I can see it.
There we go. Okay, so they... Jesus, I rolled 2 20s. So they're all now in the tracker for their turns. All of that's good. Let's have Olin roll his heat metal. So are you targeting the... Who do you want to target as it comes up towards you? So you can see there is a driver in the driver's seat that you can see who has partial cover. You can see the harpoonists in the... I'm actually going to move these guys over here. This makes it a little bit easier.
I was hoping to target the driver and target a metal breastplate or something.
Okay, so this right here, that's the driver. So if you want to target him, let's see here. I'm just trying to...
Thought you were going to turn the whole thing into like an iron bowl or something.
So that's going to be... Trying to remember, is it a saving throw on heat metal? I always forget with this one. Or if it just automatically begins to do it. Choose a manufactured metal armor. So they are wearing metal armor, so it's going to be his breastplate. Any creature has to take 2d8 fire damage when you cast it. And then until the spell ends, you can use a bonus action to cause the damage again. And this is where I always got confused. So if they're holding or wearing it, they take damage from it. They have to succeed on a Constitution saving throw to drop it or take the object off. If it doesn't drop it or take it off, that's when it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of your next turn. Gotcha. So that 10 was the 2d8, so it's going to take 10 damage. Which it did. I do see down here on the card, I see them took the minus 10. So you were able to hit the Hobgoblin Captain who is driving the scavenger. He is going to have disadvantage on ability checks and... Was it saving throws? I just read it and I've already forgotten it. Disadvantage on...
Attack rolls and ability checks.
Attack rolls and ability checks. Okay. And he's going to do a Constitution saving throw to try and take it off on his turn. Gotcha. And we apply the damage as your bonus action on your turn. So he's taken the damage. He has disadvantage on ability checks and attacks until the beginning of your next turn, and you can use a bonus action to maintain that spell and keep doing that damage to him on those turns if you like. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
That's that helm. I'm just going to bring us here. This guy is actually going to try and jump on. So he is going to make... Let's see here. That would be athletics, I believe, because he's climbing. He's going to try and jump on, but he is going to miss this thing as it goes flying by. He is just going to try to move like that. This one is also going to try and jump on. I don't think I've run a fight this large. He is going to miss because the thing is moving too fast. He is also going to move ahead. That's going to then bring us to yet another one of these guys who is going to try and jump up onto him. The crazy thing is they have a really good... There we go. He's going to fucking make his jump. So this guy is going to jump up and land directly on top of this scavenger and just begin kind of pounding away at the hull. Let's see here. He does... that. Hit the juke button. 14 is going to hit. His second. Oh, that's going to hurt. I still don't think the fucking crit rules have been fixed because I was testing it earlier and it still wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. So let me see. He does...
Be another 9.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look at his details on this. It's 1d10 plus his mod. So he took 14 on the first one, which applied. He took 19. Do that. And that is going to put him over his mishaps, so he's got to roll. I'm rolling a lot of perfect 20s here, guys. It's great. So as the Baldur jumps up and lands on top of it, raining blows down on it. You see that its heavy weight and the strength of its blows cause the scavenger to dip precariously to one side. The huge armored tusk on the front of the scavenger, usually used to puncture into the targets that it is chasing down, unfortunately digging into the dirt, causing it to turn rapidly and flip over. So we're going to say this one is now rolling through the dirt. We'll move it to there and say that's where it comes to a halt. This Baldur has got to make a strength saving throw or get tossed. It does not make it. So it goes and takes 3d6. It takes 13 damage and is prone. We're going to throw him there, saying he got tossed from the wreckage. Nothing from the claw. Nah. Harpoon of Scavenger 1.
Quick thing.
Yeah.
Just reading that, everybody inside has to make a save also.
That's
just to complicate your life a little bit.
Gotcha. So let me go. It was a DC 20. This one's a DC 15. Okay, so this guy takes a walloping. They all of them fucking failed it. So I'm just gonna go 1, 2, 3. I'm just gonna apply the same thing across all of them to speed this up. Perfect. He's gonna be dead. He's gonna be dead. He dead. Oh, he very dead. He pissed. And I think they all are now prone. Correct? Is that what it said at the end there? Creatures fall prone and must succeed. Yeah, so they are prone. So the 2 that lived are prone. So I'm actually going to place them down here, saying they got tossed. That's how they got injured, as this thing rolled. The 2 of them got tossed out. Everybody else inside gets rattled like a cannon and crushed, bounced off the walls, and killed as this thing rolls. That is going to bring... We're still here. He is going to try and take a shot at this tormentor with the harpoon flinger. Ready on that juke. I think that's going to hit. It is going to do enough damage. So Severius, as you are driving, you see that this, again, at closer range, another harpoon comes slicing through the armored panels of your tormentor. You now have 3 large, cruelly barbed harpoons sticking out of different areas, kind of flapping in the breeze. As Audrey looks around, she realizes she's kind of sitting in a nest of harpoon feathers as these things are slamming into the tormentor around her. You are still fully functional, but I think it is actually below 50% of its total life here on the tormentor. We got to roll a chase complication here. Doo-doo-doo. Holy fuck, he's gonna slam into a whole bunch of lemurs. Okay, so on its next turn, it's gonna have 60 feet to go 60 feet of movement to go 30 feet, and it's already down to 70, so it's only gonna be able to go 30 feet on its next turn. That brings us to Severius. So directly behind you, you see billowing smoke pouring out of the scavenger. As it has come into attack, you realize something has gone dreadfully wrong again with its engines. Billowing black clouds of smoke pouring out of the rear end. You can hear literally the rough coughing of the hobgoblins in those turrets toward the back. The vehicle visibly slows behind you.
All right. I'm gonna swerve over this way and pull up beside it.
Cool.
And then I'm going to yell for someone to take the wheel. And I'm going to jump across onto the scavenger.
Ah, okay. So let me see here. I know there's something about jumping over. I'm just trying to find it here. So I think it's going to be athletics. And it's a DC. Where was it here? I could have sworn I saw something about jumping across. I'm just trying to see if I can't. Let's do it as a DC. Man, and its speed rumbling along. I'm going to say it's a DC 15 to try to make that jump and grab onto something. And I would say it's going to be athletics or acrobatics. One of the two. Athletics is technically jumping, climbing, swimming. But considering that this is kind of threading the needle, trying to run over the top of the vehicle and make the jump, I will let you choose between athletics or acrobatics.
Do athletics.
That's going to succeed with a 16. So we see Severius go, not seeing if anybody grabs the wheel, he just says, grab the wheel. And next thing you know, he pulls out, goes running and jumps over and lands on top of the other scavenger. and just place you there. So I would say the driving maneuver, climbing out of the vehicle, running across it, and jumping over is going to be your action. If you have a bonus action, you can take that.
I think my bonus will be... Is there a target nearby, I'm sure?
So there's smoke billowing out of this, but you could certainly try to look in through one of the portals. You can see that there are still hobgoblins manning both of the harpoon launchers. There is a hobgoblin manning the claw. There is a hobgoblin driving.
Oh, I will do...
I would say from where you're standing on like top or the side of the thing, you could probably see like the harpoon gunner or the driver from this side.
Okay, I'll on the nearest one, I will cast Hunter's Mark.
Driver or harpoonist? Let's say you're kind of equidistant between the two. I will say the driver is the one that has the heat metal spell on him as well.
I'll do driver.
Okay, I'll put that hunter's mark on him. There you go. Let me just gonna do that. Set up, yeah. All right, that way we've used the spell slot for you. You're at 3 of 4. Okay, so you've got Hunter's Mark on that hobgoblin for the next round. That is going to be all the movements and fun stuff that you can do. Oh, excuse me. Since you've jumped away from the wheel and you had been driving, you do need to do a chase complication. No complication for Severius. Excellent. That's going to bring us to this hobgoblin that's inside. He hears you land on the scavenger, so he is going to come crawling out, try and take a shot at you. Let's check this out. All right. That is going to be a miss. Does this cause any no complication as he climbs out and comes across? The other is going to come out as well, crawling up, try and take some shots. So this thing is swarming with hobgoblins coming out, trying to take swings at Severius. Okay, so it slashes into Severius for 7 damage. As it does so, it uses its martial advantage to do an additional 8 damage because you have... they use kind of like pack tactics. When you have another hobgoblin within 5 feet, they can do an additional 2d6 damage. So it comes out swinging. Severius, you quickly find yourself beginning to be surrounded on top of this rolling, rumbling, slowly slowing down scavenger as the hobgoblins begin to swarm out of it towards you. That's going to bring us to the hobgoblin captain. Now, he gets disadvantage on his ability checks and attacks, but doesn't take the damage until we get back to Olin. He is just going to let this thing continue to roll forward, though it, I know, is drastically reduced, so I think it can only go about yay far. So I'm just going to do that. And he's going to roll a chase complication because he let it roll. Oh boy, this is going to hurt all of us. All right, so the vehicle's got to roll on a DC 10 saving throw. Dexterity. Luckily, it passes. So the vehicle rolls in an upright position and lands safe. So any unsecured creature on the outside has to succeed in a DC 20 strength saving throw or fall off landing prone. So that means I need Severius to roll one. I need to move that so I can actually grab these guys. I need them to roll strength saving throws.
Strength or dexterity?
Strength. Excuse me. It is a strength. I rolled incorrectly. No, so yeah, it's strength. So the scavenger rolled dexterity as it rolls. We roll strength to see if we hold on. Why did so many pop up? Let me grab this guy. He does his strength as well. Let's see what happens here. So, everybody fails it 'cause it's DC 20. So that means he's going to get tossed this way. You get tossed this way. This one's going to get tossed out under the wheels of the Tormentor coming by next to it. So we're going to have to roll crushing wheels on this thing here in a second. And everybody is prone as you land. Sure, let me go prone. 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 Put that back where it's got to stand. Okay. Man, such a pain in the ass to grab people when it's like this. I don't know why things around. I'm going to do a crushing wheels on him real quick because he's going to land under the vehicle as it's rolling. He is now near death as this thing is going to roll over the top of him. My, oh my, oh my. That was a fun complication, which brings us back to Audrey. So, Audrey, you see that this thing comes, your Tormentor slows down, pulls up beside the scavenger. You hear Severius yell out, "Somebody take the wheel," and then you see him go scampering over the top and jump off onto the scavenger beside you, where he's immediately swarmed. As it is happening, you see the scavenger dip into a hidden crack in the plains. It rolls but comes back up onto its wheels. It is rolling forward, but you see that Severius and the hobgoblins fighting him have been thrown to the ground around you as you feel the bump of the wheels of your Tormentor with nobody driving it going over top of one of the fallen hobgoblins. What would Audrey like to do?
I am just not doing good with the harpoon.
Why did you get disadvantaged?
I'm not sure why. Did you yeah, it shouldn't
No,
have.
I did it through the Tormentor. So the Tormentor is broken, isn't it?
I don't think so. Yeah, it's still saying
yeah,
it shouldn't.
I
It
guess
shouldn't
so.
have. But looking at it, you rolled a 1 and a 6.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get it anyways.
What you can do, however, is roll. Yeah, the 6 is still going to be too low. So even if you're halfling, you could re-roll that 1, but it's still. No, it shouldn't have rolled with disadvantage. Let me have you because the first roll was a 1. Let me have you re-roll a d20. That's a
I'll take that.
17. That's going to actually be more than high enough to go and hit. So let me have you. The harpoon flinger is. I'm just checking the damage on this thing. So I can have you roll it. It does. Oh, it was right there in front of me. So it's 2d8 plus 2. So if you hit the D8 button in the bottom right-hand corner twice and then just do plus 2 after it, it should roll that damage for us. Perfect. So 15 damage. That's going to... You were targeting the scavenger, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That is going to bypass minus 15. Its threshold, but is not high enough for its mishap table. But as you feel... the grinding bump of the Tormentor as it goes over the hobgoblin, you're able to fire off your harpoon at point blank range, and you see the harpoon goes slamming through the armor and almost completely disappears inside the scavenger beside you. That is going to be... Oh, hang on. Ignore that. I meant to hit the other button. That actually asks you to roll it. Okay, so if you open up your Tormentor and roll a DC, a 10 Dexterity Ability check. So if you click on the Dex at the top, yeah, you're going to make that. That's a 13. That's good to go. So even though there's nobody driving it, the Tormentor bounces along happily over the uneven ground, not losing any speed. That brings us back to Olin. So you're still maintaining your spell as a bonus action. There's nobody driving as Severius yells out at you to take the wheel. What would Olin like to do on this turn? You're in a careening war machine with no driver.
Olin jumps out of the back seat where he is and tries to jump up into the driver's seat.
Okay.
And he's got to like hold the bottom of the steering wheel and put his short stubby legs down to the pedals. And he's gonna just try to.
We gotta get you some blocks like short round.
Yeah. He's gonna just try to make sure the vehicle does not wreck.
Okay. So I'll say your action is jumping up and getting into the seat and taking control of it. You now have the helm, which means that technically you can move the vehicle, stop the vehicle. You have up to, I think we're still at 100 feet, even though, yeah, you haven't had anything that's damaged the machine. So you have 100 feet of movement driving this. You also have the ability to use the weapons of the Tormentor. So it has driven over that hobgoblin. You could technically... Well, it's already used the crushing wheels and the raking scythes require it to not be prone. So you don't, unless you want to like try to back up and drive over him again, you could certainly do that. But you have up to 100 feet of movement. You're 40 feet from rolling directly over Severius, which I think is, I think that could be fun. I'm just saying.
I think Olin would probably try to back over the hobgoblin again.
All right, so let's say you hit the brakes, sliding. I'm trying to think of how long it's going to take us to completely stop this thing. It's going to take more than, at your top speed, would be more than 20 feet. So the question is, can you turn enough to miss Severius? Let's do a DC 10 dexterity check. So if you open up the Tormentor and click on its dexterity and do a ability check, DC of 10 to see if you're able to get in that seat, turn it, hit the brakes fast enough to miss Severius. You are. So you're able to slide to a halt. You can kind of look out and see Severius in the dirt where he's laying there, shake your head, and then reverse this thing back up over the hobgoblin. So you can, let me move this so you can target him, and then if you want, you can roll the crushing wheels as your attack off of the Tormentor. And with that, you grind that hobgoblin into paste beneath your wheels. I'm actually going to move you back down directly on top of him. Cool. So do you want to continue moving in reverse, or are you going to slide to a halt right there?
We'll halt.
Okay.
There for now.
So we'll say that you're at a complete stop. That is going to be all of your movements, but now you're going to do a chase complication. Excellent. No complication. That's going to bring us to our friend here who is in really not a good place. He is going to stand up from having fallen. That's going to be his turn, where he got tossed out of the rolling scavenger. Oh, all of these guys. God, how far are we? 100 feet. He is going to... The high garage is going to... He's going to point at this guy right here and give him help on his next check trying to turn the tormentor back over. Let me see. He's down there in the turn order. So that's going to be what he does, is just try to hand out advantage. We have a harpoonist here. Inside of this scavenger. Scavenger 1, yeah. Man, who would he shoot at? Yeah, I think seeing the Barguros swarming his buddies, he's going to try and take a shot that way instead. He is going to... Why did it roll with disadvantage? Interesting. Oh, that's why, because I gotcha. Yep, he's going to miss from that. That's going to be a chase complication. Just makes it. All right. That's going to bring us back to Moon. So this is a completely hellish, fucked up battlefield. You know what else we forgot to do? Forgot to move the firestorms. I will do that as Moon determines what he would like to do on his turn. North. West. Okay.
I presume I saw everything happen up top, right?
Yes.
You know, so far away. Okay.
Yeah, you see at the it's the middle of the day, so you're not, it's not difficult to kind of see around you. So I'm actually going to turn it, since you went directly north like that. I'm guessing you turned.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to do it.
You just hold, when you click on it, hold control, and you can use your mouse wheel.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yep.
So, yep, I was going to do that, and then kind of head that direction.
Okay.
Can I dash and double move?
So
I don't know how that works.
So it's... That's a great question. I don't think it's... Let me just check something real quick. So you can use dash up to 3 plus the Constitution modifier of the Devil's Ride. So you can use 4 total dashes. That's for basic chases, but let me just check with the War Machine.
I can do it as a bonus action, but...
You absolutely can. So you can use it up to 3 times plus the Constitution bonus. So with the Devil's Ride has a +1 on Constitution, so you can do 4 total dashes across, the entire combat encounter. So if you wanted to, you can certainly use a dash and go.
So, yeah. And I'm gonna try to figure out how to pull this off. Again, tell me how to do it, or that it's not possible.
So just so you know, when you use a dash, that is your actual attack action and anything else. So
true. But I can still do a stunt because it just has to move 10 feet in order to do it, right? Or is that an action?
Let's see here. Let me look.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say it's a kind of action that I can see, but
It just uses up 10 feet of its movement. Yeah, I think it's just using some of the movement. Yeah. Yeah.
so then I want to come over here. No, it didn't work. I'll let you move. Turn it towards it. And I kind of want to stunt to, again, whip my back wheel around and hit this guy with it.
Let me move that out of the way so that he can be targeted.
I don't know how to target that, but yeah. How to roll it.
He is... Trying to think of how I would do this.
I could roll a stunt to see if I can even pull it off, and then roll like an attack.
Yeah,
roll.
so let me have you do the let me have you do the dexterity check using the bike's dexterity. And it's only a DC 10, so you should, with a 12 you make it. Let me do this. Entering this phase. So he needs to. He's prone, so he's not going to be able to. I'm just looking at. So when you crash in, they can do a reaction with a dexterity saving throw. He's not going to be able to do that because he's prone.
I figured running somebody over the motorcycle was just a bad idea, but hitting him with a wheel maybe.
I just want to try and check something here real quick. Can I do that? Does it roll it any different because he's prone? It doesn't. I ain't gonna be able to do it anyway. Deals 1d6 bludgeoning damage for the creature for every 10 feet the vehicle moved since its last turn. So, to a maximum of 20d6.
I moved a lot of feet.
So here's the thing. So because it's basically you're trying, the stunt is basically going to try and crash the rear end of your bike into it. When you crash into a creature, it requires checks from you as well.
I was hoping that would be the stunt roll to pull it off. Like
So
to
that-
control it enough
that's-
where I could just do it.
Yeah, but the crashing rules clearly state so whether or not the war machine takes damage. So the war machine itself isn't going to get hurt. Creatures inside do a DC 15 strength or take 1d6 for every 10 feet the vehicle moves. So if you fail, you'll take the same amount of damage you're going to do to this guy.
And it can't be dexterity?
No, it's a strength saving throw.
Oh, that's gonna be
DC
rough.
15. So it's
All right.
up. It's up to you if you wanna complete the maneuver. But he will take. So you went. You were down here
I went
somewhere.
like 210 feet, I think, 220 feet or something like that in total. 120 plus another 100, I think.
So it's up to a maximum of 20d6. So you can do 20d6 to him, and then you'd have to roll and do a DC 15 strength saving throw to see if you take 20d6.
All right. Well, that means I would have to roll a 16 or higher. So knowing that, I'm not gonna do that. 'Cause- ouch.
You want to live dangerously? It's only 20d6.
I thought the dangerous thing was taking out that other Devil's Ride, and I was good with that. But this is a little too far for me.
All right. So do you want to?
So I'm just gonna get closer.
Do you want to retcon and move where the Devil's Ride is? If you don't want to come in that close. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where I want to end up though. Hang on. You know what? I have a whole different plan now that I learned this. This changes everything. And I'm trying to remember where I ended up after that first move.
You were somewhere in here,
There-ish,
somewhere in there.
Somewhere
Yeah.
in there, yeah. So, okay, so what I want to do instead... I'm going to say there, if that's okay with you, because I'm guessing... But I'm going to be facing, like, that way. And I'm not just going to do the dash, basically.
Okay.
This is what happens when you don't know the crash rule.
So here's the thing is that, and this is, I think it's really only pertinent to the Devil's Ride, because the ruling states that if the War Machine is at least 2 size categories bigger than the creature, you can roll through it, just basically roll over it. But a Devil's Ride is large and a Hobgoblin is medium, so you are not 2 sizes larger. Like if you were, if you want,
yeah.
yeah. If
I
you
was
were
hoping
rolling,
to pull it off with a stunt and just
Yeah.
convince you, but it's okay.
I actually should probably put those crashing rules in all the stuff that I gave you guys for journal entries on the War Machines. I don't know if I have it in there or not. Okay, so that's got you up to there. But you do have to do that because you did a helmet. So just a DC 10 with the dexterity of the Devil's Ride. And you are well along with that. Which brings us back here to Bitter Breath. So this guy is fucking pissed. Let's see what he wants to do here. Alright, he's gonna do this. Alright, so he's gonna light this thing on fire and begin stalking forward. He's actually gonna launch himself up into the air. And begin to, so that's 40 up. He can do 1 step forward. Okay. That's going to be his turn. That brings us to... This guy is going to step up. He is going to try and help these other guys to flip the Tormentor back over. Ow. He is not able to do so with a 15. Which brings us to this Baldur, who is going to target this captain. He takes a swing with his fists. This guy's prone, so this is going to hurt a whole fucking lot. Takes his second swing. Also is going to hurt. And then with his third part of his multi-attack, he's going to slam his jaws down on the neck of this captain. Tearing his head clean off and bellowing in anger into the dust and smoke and fire around him. That's going to bring him back here. So this guy gets to roll this check with advantage because the high garage here gave him advantage by helping him. So let's do an alt, strength, ability. It's, yeah, for whatever reason, the MIDI stuff is not working with the keybinds today. So let's roll a second one. See if it's any better. And it is not. They need a 20 to flip this thing back over. So he misses on his check. This guy is going to... Let's see here. He sees this thing on fire. He is going to... miss with his longbow. That brings us back to Alatar. So you see all this kind of craziness going on back over your shoulder here. Moon is turning around to head back up north toward where you see Severius has been tossed to the ground. Let me actually move you guys up here a little bit to give this a little bit more room.
And so this one guy just south of Various is the only one that exited.
Yeah, so this one, so there was another one, but Olin backed up over him with the Tormentor and killed him. So he is on the ground. Just so you know, he is prone. When a character is prone and you try to hit it from range, you do so with disadvantage. Because they're laying on the ground, it's harder to hit them with a ranged spell from that distance.
Back a little here, kind of follow with Moon. Why not? Go after Bitter Breath.
So that was that should have been a crit, which is 10, 23. Let me do that to remove the remainder of it. Okay, so both of your Eldritch Blasts go flying across. I'm gonna just try something out real quick to see if this changes anything. Beaming into this devil as he flies up above the battlefield, looking down upon the burning girl in front of him. He feels the lancing shots of your Eldritch Blast and turns his gaze towards you. How far did you go with the Devil's Ride before you stopped? Was it a full 120?
I moved like 80.
All right, so since you've taken your hands off of the helm, it's just going to continue straight ahead in that path for the remaining 40 feet. And
Fair enough.
I need you to roll on that complication table.
Oh no.
Another fire tornado. Let me get back here.
Dex roll, right?
The vehicle has to roll a DC 15 dexterity. So roll the dex saving throw from the Devil's Ride. Oh.
When do you want to use that inspiration?
That's a good call. I'll do that now. Come on, inspiration.
All right.
Don't fuck me here. Yeah.
That is going to be high enough.
Moon's on fire tonight.
So the tornado does not envelop the vehicle. Let's say it's here as you're coming up. So, you know what I just realized? It's half as much damage on a successful saving throw. No, excuse me, that's if you miss the DC 18 saving. Got it. You're good. You are good. You're able to juke left. The bike, even though your hands aren't on the wheel, or on the handlebars, I should say, the bike leans a little bit to the left as you see this tornado falling down out of the sky, and you're able to, with the dexterous movement of the Devil's Ride, keep just to the south of it as it makes its touchdown and kicking up dirt and fire everywhere. All right, this guy is going to give advantage to the bloke next to him on his next turn. That'll be what he does here. That brings us to the ball girl, which is on fire and angry. He is going to...
He's on fire.
Yeah.
Is it the shoes?
He turns, so he's going to move his 40 feet, jumping through the air in that direction, like he's heading toward the hobgoblins. He sees Bitter Breath in the air above him, but he won't be able to jump quite high enough on this turn, so he's just going to basically be... I'm going to have him dash. to get that far, but that'll be his entire movement. Which brings us to this Baldur, who is going to pummel the very poor hobgoblin on the ground in front of him. Which actually, I think this one stood up, so he is not... Oh, he misses with the first one. Imagine. Misses on the second one. Leans forward to take a bite out of this poor hobgoblin. Finally hitting. And biting his head clean off, swallowing it. A chunky chaser going right down his goblet. Let me go 40 feet up as he begins to move. Christ almighty, it's too much things. He
That's
is
your
gonna...
fault.
Yeah. He hears the buzzing behind him and decides to take his 40 feet to move directly toward Moon.
I regret everything.
He is going to try to take a swipe at you as you go by. He's literally attacking the... He is trying to attack the Devil's Ride and knock it down.
That missed. Still, I don't know why he has disadvantage. Is it because it's moving?
Oh no. Because I hadn't removed that on the previous one, that's why.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
no.
probably will hit that. No. That will hit that. Oh, okay, that works too.
So he gets three total attacks. So that first one would have hit, so let me go ahead and apply it. And then the second one misses, and he tries to take a snapping bite.
That misses.
That's gonna miss. Let me do that.
Good, because that would have completely broken my Devil's Ride. Also, that first one would be a threshold, I think.
The first one would be a mishap. So let
that. Yeah.
Yep.
sorry.
Let me have you roll here real quick. We have Moon. Mishap. Did you just get a pop-up?
Nope.
Let me go try that.
Ooh, now it's 0.
Yeah, so I'm just going to change that. There you go. Okay. So as the Baldur comes leaping across the distance, slicing into your Devil's Ride as you try to go by, its huge clawed hands raking out, ripping off pieces of the armor, wobbling your bike, even though you're flying by at speed. The power of this massive demon literally shreds armor and sends you spinning off here just a little bit to see if you can get away from him. That's going to be his turn. Oh, great. This guy is actually here. Here. Right? This guy is so happy. He's so happy. He's finally in range to use a claw.
All the time.
Yeah, I don't... That's why. It's like it still would have... I mean, it rolled a 2 and a 1, so... it still would miss. So it tries to reach out with... It tries to reach out with its claw and grab at the Tormentor, but is unable to do so.
Not even moving.
We're good. All right. That's going to bring us to... this guy was in Scavenger 1. He's got his harpoon cannon. How far are we here? They're opening fire on the Bulguros just because they realize that these demons are massive.
Massive douchebags.
Yep. That's going to slice across the distance. We're good there. Back to Severius. So Severius, you were thrown prone to the ground. So if you want to get up, it's going to take half of your movement.
He's back yet.
All right. Well, we will come back to him when he returns. This guy is gonna... He wants to get up. Come on, let me grab him. There we go. He's gonna use half his movement to stand. And then he is going to try to climb back inside of... Let's do that. He climbs back inside of the scavenger before it gets rolling again. Okay. Let me do this. So we've got you, so Ryan, we've got you back on your feet from being prone, but that will take half of your movement to stand back up after having been tossed off of the rolling, crashed scavenger.
Okay. So what's the status? Ours is drifting, and their scavenger is barely going here.
Olin's
I guess I'll-
up currently.
Yeah, I guess I'll try to get back on ours.
So that's you'll get about that far. That's 20 feet, and you already spent half of your movement of the 30 you normally get just to stand up. So I'll say you can't quite make it all the way back to the Tormentor. It's at a dead stop though, so you should be able to get on it unless Olin decides to take off and leave you here.
You might.
So that's going to be your action and your movement. That's going to bring us to this guy who is just
Wait,
in.
is the other scavenger stopped as well? Or is it still moving?
No, this one. Let me do this. I wonder if I can go. I'm going to say it's prone. This thing got rolled. Everybody kind of got tossed out of it, and the Bulguros tore through everybody that was inside of it. So that one is done. Over here, we've got a Bulgura moving up to attack the hobgoblins. Bitter Breath is up in the air attacking. They're kind of trying to hide here a little bit behind the Tormentor. And then you've still got a bunch of hobgoblins inside of this. It just hasn't gotten moving again since it came back and rolled back to its feet. But what you're going to see here, I'm actually going to just move this out of the way, is that this guy is going to jump out, try and take a swipe at you.
All right.
As he sees you going by, that's going to be a complete mess. All right, that's his turn.
Retaliatory strike.
Is that a new ability I haven't heard of, sir?
Does that fall under the Sentinel?
I don't think so. I think Sentinels if it's he's hitting somebody else. All right. Features. Sentinel.
Makes it bad. Other than you.
Yeah. That's going to bring us back to the captain. The captain is going to try and get this thing back up to speed. Now, he can't go real fast because this thing has had its speed reduced to 70. But what he can do is go yay far, and he's going to hit both of you with his crushing wheels as he tries to roll over both of you. So let me move back.
Move.
So he is gonna he is gonna target both. Oh, let me target both of you. There you go. Targets both of you. Oh, does it only let me do one? Yeah, it only lets me target one. So guess who he's gonna target? So that should prompt you for a dexterity saving throw. Yep. Which you succeed. When it does, creature must takes damage or be knocked prone, but you have succeeded, so you are going to be all right. So this thing is going to go rolling past you. Where was it? It was there. Let me go. I want to make sure I don't go more than its actual distance here, because it can't go more than that. And let's turn it. There we go. All right. He now gets a chase complication. And he gets nothing on that one. That brings us back to Audrey. So you see this large scavenger go driving, trying to grind Severius into the ground in front of your tormentor. What would you like to do?
Yay!
That is going to be a hit with your harpoon flinger. And 15 damage is a good strike against this massive war machine in front of you. That is above its threshold, but just below its mishap. So it takes the full 15 points of damage. It has one of your harpoons sticking out of the side of it. It was beginning to look like a pincushion from all of these crossbow and harpoon hits against it. I need you to roll on that chase complication. So let's roll a dexterity saving throw with the vehicle's dex.
Oopsie.
Okay. So your tormentor suddenly falls into a bit of a crevice as that scavenger is going by in front of you. The ground opens up underneath part of the tormentor. It falls onto its side. It's prone. There are no unsecured creatures on the outside, so we don't have to worry about any of you guys rolling. But this is now a prone tormentor going nowhere until you guys can flip it back over. So Olin, you see the ground open up in front of you. The tormentor slides into it, rolling onto its side. The scavenger continues to roll ahead, picking up more speed. What would you like to do?
Yell at Severius, get in.
I mean, he can, but your tormentor is currently prone. You guys have to get out and turn it back onto its wheels.
Oh, I thought you meant the. Okay, sorry.
No, it's all right.
All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna get out, and I guess the square to Severius's southwest.
I'll just put you there.
Yeah, I presume that'll take my turn. Is that the action to get out?
I'll simply say it's your movement. Just climbing up and out is going to just be movement.
Okay.
So there is a directly next to Severius, there is a hobgoblin that is trying to fight him. that was able to dodge out of the way of the crushing wheels of the scavenger as it rolled past.
All right, well, in that case, smashy, smashy. Can I get... I can go around, can I?
So keep in mind these are 20-foot spaces.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I didn't shrink your tokens down so we wouldn't lose them on the map. But you could certainly,
Okay.
I would say you could certainly get out that far if you wanted to try to attack him, because he's right next to Severius, next to the Tormentor.
Righto. Well,
Did you see that almost roll a 1 and then roll back to
Yep.
the 19? Oof. Very.
I'll take it.
And that should have done. Yep, it did the extra 1d8 thunder of Booming Blade. So he has the Booming Blade. We just set it up so you always use that cantrip if you want to. So he's got Booming Blade on him. So if he moves, he'll take that extra damage. Let me just
Okay, and let me see here. Since that was a hit, I am going to use my Divine Strike. And that will cause the attack to deal an extra 1d8 fire damage. So should I just roll a 1d8?
Yeah. Yes, sir. And with that, Severius, as you see this scavenger go rolling past the hobgoblin, jumping out of the way, you're barely able to keep yourself from the crushing wheels. You see Olin come crawling out of the tormentor beside you as it falls into that opening crevice behind you. As he rolls out, you see him pulling his massive warhammer and swinging it mightily at the hobgoblin, crushing it into pulp beside you as the swinging claw hammer of the scavenger is just inches above your heads. So that is another hobgoblin down. Oh, hi, Grudge. You tricky sumbitch, you. Let's see what he's going to do here. He is going to do that. All right, so they're all going to get an extra D4 on fun stuff. All right, so he is going to cast that as his action. He is then going to move back toward his bike. That's going to bring us to the harpoonist, still inside of the scavenger.
Was that wall of fire gone?
Yeah, I think either his concentration lapsed or it's just past the amount of time, the amount of rounds that we've been through.
Disappointing, but okay. That's fair.
It's one of the two. Either... Not sure which. I don't know how long that wall of fire lasts. It lasts for 1 minute. So at some point in time, yeah, it's when you lost concentration on something. Probably one of the hits, maybe. But when the concentration dropped, the spell dropped. I'm trying to figure out what this guy with the harpoon wants to do here. I feel like you guys are a little bit blocked behind. So he is going to try and take a shot at Alatar because you're still on the bike. .28 will hit over the 23. 14 is over the threshold. That actually moves into straight up mishap territory. Let me do this. Let me go here to dig. Did you get a pop-up dig? Yeah. So yeah, you're good. There's really no functioning weapons on Devil's Ride. It's just navigation and stunts and stuff. So you are okay on that. But your Devil's Ride is taking a beating. He needs to roll on the complications. All right, so this thing just gets knocked around. There's nobody on the outside, so we are okay there. That brings us back to Moon. So you've got this Baldur next to you that just took these swipes, shedding your armor.
This battle's changed. Okay. Alright, I feel like since our tormentor is still on its side, I probably still need to go that way. If I don't steer this thing, it goes the full 120, right?
In a straight line.
Okay, so I can't do that because that will run straight over Severius. I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna bonus action disengage. And move.
Okay.
And that's gonna be everything I can do, right? I can't get off or anything.
No, you can certainly dismount. So if you want to jump off right there, you can.
Okay. I think I would like to.
All right.
Does that put me in the path with everybody else, or is that?
Depends on which side you want to be on.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad situation either way because that tornado can move right into us, or.
I'd be careful of those tornadoes.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, I'll risk it here. I got a good dex,
All right.
and I'll draw my weapon.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I need to clear that out. I need you to do that.
I'm not inside anymore.
Wow, that would have happened as you were moving. So while you can jump out, let me remove your cover. You will be blinded until the end of your next turn. Let me do that.
All right, fair enough.
All right, so Bitter Breath really does not like this guy. Oh, I'm opening up the wrong dude. Let me open him. He is gonna swoop down and attack. And attack. And attack. And let me just check the... Alright. And let me do that, because he is not on fire anymore. So he came down. So he's only 10 feet off where you can reach him and still hit those hits. So you see, as you guys are kind of up here dealing with the scavenger, you hear behind you screams and growls as the demons and devils are fighting over that flipped tormentor. All right, this guy has got advantage. If I hold down Alt and hit that... Again, it is not rolling with advantage, so I'll just roll it twice. Fails on both of those to try to flip the Tormentor back over. That's his turn. Brings us to the Baldur, who is going to do a... Oh. He is going to dash 80 feet, heading towards Bitter Breath, who is fighting one of his pack mates. This one also has advantage before High Garage took off. So let's do 2 strength checks to see if he can try to flip this fucking thing over. And look at that. With a 20, he finally does it. So this is no longer prone. He is able to get it back onto its wheels. That's going to be his turn. This guy is going to climb back into the Tormentor, grabbing the weapon seat again. That's going to be his full turn to move in and re-enable the seat. That's going to bring us to Aldar.
Whoop. So there is still somebody in the scavenger?
Yeah, there are still 4 hobgoblins in this guy.
Can I see them?
Why'd he move? So there are. Let's see here. We've still got the guy driving it. He would be on the far side from you, so you wouldn't be able to see him. You can see the guy manning the claw and one of the harpoonists. So you can see like both of these guys if you want to target.
They got cover. What's cover?
They're gonna have in the scavenger. Scavenger stat block. Half cover on all of them. So let me do half.
Wondered if I should. I mean, the Baldur. So the Baldur, they initially started attacking just the scavenger.
Yep.
But they're going to attack everybody.
They're lashing at anything around them. They don't have any idea why these. I mean, you guys are kind of in their hunting area. All these loud machines came whistling through. They've completely taken one down. They smacked Moons around a little bit before he was able to disengage and take off. It looks like most of them have turned toward the devils, but this one to the south of you might be coming north.
Yeah, it's
I keep forgetting to do this.
Alright, that was it.
That one goes that way. I'm just updating the firestorms here because I haven't done that, and there's one to be updated on yours. This one continues to go that way. And then we've got the final one that was Diggs. There you go. Two strong hits as you fire back at the Balgura that had attacked Moon. You guys have definitely grabbed its attention now. Have you decided to come to a stop? Or what do you want to do? Since you fired both, you don't really have control, which means that this thing is going to try to go 120 feet in a straight line, which means that you are now going to crash directly into the scavenger in front of you.
Oh, come on.
So let's see, from here to there
I'd like to come to a stop now.
is yeah, unfortunately,
you did.
Yeah, that's 40 feet, and we are going to crash. So, okay, so 40 feet is... All right, so your Devil's Ride is now inoperable with that 16 damage. Let's see here. This also takes that same amount of damage because it's basically a War Scavenger bullet. So we'll take 16 off of the Scavenger. So I need you to make a strength saving throw for me. No.
cycle or the
Off of you. The cycle's already failed. Now we see what it does to you. Yep,
Maybe.
strength. DC of 15. That's a perfect time to roll a critical, my friend.
Hell yeah.
So you are going to take... So you take 5 damage. It's half on a successful saving throw. And...
I accept.
And you will be outside or off of the Devil's Ride as it is inoperational. Let me do that. And this guy is going to jump back inside of the Tormentor as well. He is going to grab the helm. So let me just change this so that we know he's in the helm to drive. He fires it back up. You hear the roaring sound of a powerful infernal war engine as it lights back up. That's going to be his move getting in and restarting it. The Baldur is going to slash out directly at this Tormentor in front of him. Doing 6 damage. Slams at it again. That shouldn't be a hit, so we're going to turn that back. And taking a bite at the fender. That might actually be a hit. It is, and that's going to be... I think that's over its mishap is 20. We're good. So it's past the threshold, so it bites into and begins tearing into this Tormentor. This giant, powerful demon, completely enraged from having been lit on fire and attacked, is striking at anything that gets close to it. It's going to bring us back to the top of the round with another Baldur. This one is going to... This one's going to dash up as well, but that's its entire movement. This one... is going to come dashing up, but that's its entire movement. Which brings us back to the claw. All right, so this guy... is going to try to grapple Severius. Did it pop up a DC check for you, Ryan?
Well, pop something up. I'm sorry. I usually dismiss those. I didn't know I need to.
Let me have you roll a strength saving throw. Or actually, excuse me, it's going to be a strength ability check.
So hit STR.
Yep.
Double check.
That unfortunately is going to fail. So what has happened is that the claw has reached out and it has grappled you.
You've got inspiration too if you want to use it.
I think that might be a good time, yeah. I always forget about inspiration.
Go ahead and roll that check again.
Yeah. Come on.
Oh, God.
Damn it.
Unfortunately, sir, you are still grappled. So you basically are moved to 0. You are incapacitated. Excuse me. It ends if for some reason the scavenger gets shut down, you have to, on each of your turns, you try to make a strength check to break out of that grapple. But you can't do much else until you do. No. That's going to be his turn. They are fine with that. That brings us to next is our harpoonist, who is going to take another shot at the Baldur, because he doesn't like him getting this close. There we go. Another chase complication. Oh, he is gonna miss that.
You didn't dash though.
No, we're good. Yep. That is going to bring us back to Severius. So you are grappled. Again, it's a DC 12, I believe, to overcome the grapple. So you can. That would basically be your entire turn, but you can roll that strength check trying to break out of it.
So it's a strength ability check.
Yep. All right, so you are no longer grappled, sir. But unfortunately, that would be that is your turn. That is going to bring us to. So he is gonna. He can get to about. He's going to start to turn and get to about there with what he had for movement, because he's reduced to 70, plus I'm going to take some off of it to try and make this turn. I want to do this, though, because we do have... So Severius's, which is this guy, goes south. So this is actually going to begin to do some damage as it sweeps down upon the Balduras. And I think this thing is... Wasn't it 20d6?
Yep.
Christ. To anything that doesn't have cover. 20d6.
It was. I thought it was 18 d10s for the fire tornadoes.
Let me check here. I can actually open up the 300 feet wide, 30 feet wide at space. It needs to do a DC 15 check, or it takes... Excuse me, it's a DC 18 dexterity, or it takes 18 D10. Gotcha. Okay, so
You
he
win.
needs... So let me go here. He needs to make a dex saving throw, which he is going to fail. So that is going to be... 18. God, that's so many dice. Yeah. So that Balgura literally erupts into flame as the tornado descends upon him, sucking him up into the vortex. You see body parts aflame getting torn off of it, spread up through the cone of the tornado as it continues to burn. And he is absolutely dead. All right, so that is that guy. Let's do his. Nope, I already did his. That actually takes us to Audrey. So you were in the tormentor that is turned on its side. Olin has climbed out. Severius is outside. What would Audrey like to do?
Harpoony, harpoony.
So from her side, still in the seat for the harpoon, she sees the scavenger beginning to turn ahead of her. She's able to target it, but that 16, unfortunately, is not going to do enough damage to get past the threshold. Do you want to climb out of this crash tormentor, or do you want to stay inside?
Yeah, I'll climb on out.
All right. Do you want to be on the north or south side?
North side.
All right, we'll put you right there. That's going to bring us to Olin. So about 40 feet to the south of you, Olin, you can see this Baldur that's come rushing up to try to attack Moon. You see Alatar has crashed into the scavenger and got knocked from his devil's ride. The scavenger is slowly turning to make another pass back toward all of you. What would Olin like to do?
Well, given that these squares are 20 feet each, I can really only move one. And well, maybe let's see here. So back from this square, that thing is what, 20 feet away?
It is. I'm actually trying to do something here real quick to help with this. So if I do... Let me do... I'm trying to make it so that you guys will be able to... I am going to do this here real quick. I'm going to pull you over to a different map so that you guys will be able to use flanking and that kind of stuff on things if you want. Let me grab... So we'll see, there's Diggs Crashed, Devil's Ride. We've got a Crash Tormentor right here. Like that. This is not the same map that we run, but this at least will give you guys a little bit of an easier way of trying to figure out what you want to do here with this Baldur that's coming in at you. Let me just figure out what his hit points were, though, because that's a brand new token, which I don't want to fuck up. He was at... All right. There. All right. So we are still on... Olin's turn, so you can kind of see a little bit better. These are now 5-foot spaces. I just need to do this. It's not... it doesn't transfer over, does it? I'm trying to see if it lets us use that same encounter Can you move your character and stuff like that, Olin, or no? Yeah, it's not. It's just not using the. Let me do. Cool. All right, so that follows. Good. I'm not hearing anybody. Is anybody talking?
I was not.
Oh,
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Okay.
Nope.
Like my sound died there for a second. Okay, so it's still Olin's turn. So this is the Baldur that was directly in, kind of coming up toward Moon. That was within range of you guys. There are more that would be down here, which I can drop on the map if we don't want to. If we continue with this one or switch back and forth. But that way, on your turn, if you wanted to like be able to see more than just a single space to kind of start setting up flanking and that kind of thing, or use any of your spells that use templates, it'll work a little bit better on this smaller map.
Did you just redo with initiative?
I did, yes. So because this one, so this is actually a separate token. I didn't drag the other one over from the other board.
My only concern is it goes before me when it went after me last time, and so it drastically changes my survivability rate.
So
That's all.
this one was the. Let me just check. See here. This one was a.
It had dashed up to me prior or after.
Yep.
I got up there and got off the sheet. So that's all.
Oh, I'm hiding the wrong one. It's this one that it's replacing. There we go. It was the
Thank
10.
you.
It was the 5. Perfect. There we go. All right. So it's not doing the, for whatever reason, it didn't put the little swirling thing underneath you to let you know that it's Olin's turn. But Olin gets to do what he'd like to do.
Okie dokie. Alrighty then.
You still have an inspiration as well if you'd like to use it, sir.
Yeah, might as well. Try that again.
That's better. Okay, so that does 15 damage and applies the booming blade. So if it moves, it'll take the additional thunder damage.
And I will also add the searing smite damage.
Just go ahead and roll that. Is that 1d8, I think it was?
What I'm looking at now, I thought it was 1d8. This thing says 1d6. Where did I see 1d8 before?
Your Divine Strike, I think is what you're looking for.
It was a feature, yes.
Yep.
Divine Strike.
Yep. You can use
Yes,
that once per
1d8.
turn with no spell slots, all that kind of fun stuff. Hey, every little bit counts.
Yep.
So there's another
that's it.
another 1 damage. So Olin comes running across the field, stepping up besides Moon, slamming Heaven's Fall into the demon as it bellows in front of you. Its green blood leaking out all over the place. It is near death, but not yet quite down.
Who's there? What happened? I can't see anything.
I am going to gonna do this for right now because they're kind of just fighting in the background. To make it a little bit easier, that's gonna be Moon's turn. You are blinded, so technically you can attack with disadvantage if you want to try and swing out.
Actually, I scrolled as far up as I possibly could in the stupid chat, and it says until the start of your next turn. If you want to verify, I don't know if you can verify, but I've lost my place in the chat, so I can't even see it.
That
I'm pretty sure
was-
what is that? It was the dust storm or whatever when I was writing the chase thing.
There you go. Do that. There you go.
Woohoo! Okay. Stab it. Actually, if I don't leave a threatened space, I don't get attacked, right?
Correct.
I can move around him.
Correct.
I'm gonna do that then.
Come here, flanking. There you go.
Oh, I don't even need the sneak attack. Okay.
With that, that's going to drop that Balgura. I'm actually going to jump us back over to the larger field so you can kind of see where you are in comparison. Let me go ahead and set this guy. Interesting. Why does it not pull the encounter over from the other one? That makes no sense. It pulled it in one direction but didn't pull it back. He is dead. There we go. That gives it back to me. So, okay. So that guy is dead. Taken out. You technically still have some movement if you wanted to use it. You still have your Devil's Ride. Excuse me. Next to you, if you want to jump back onto that.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna stay.
Alrighty. Bitter Breath is going to continue to attack. Fork is going to hit for 11. He's going to attack again. It's going to miss with the... Oh, that's a hit. Oh my god, he gets that much of a bonus, huh? And then he is going to attack with his tail. All three of his hits. So he is tearing apart this Balgura in front of him. That's going to be his turn. That's going to bring us back to this Hobgoblin, who is going to jump into... He is jumping back into that Tormentor. This Balgura is going to try to attack Bitter Breath. Jumping up at him to do so. It's going to hit. And again with a miss. And then take a bite at him. Also missing. That is going to bring us to this Hobgoblin, who is also going to try and jump back into this Tormentor. That brings us to the Tormentor itself. This guy is in the Screamer. He is going to just fire it off. Target. He is going to use the Infernal Screamer. I don't know why it's not. There we go. Baldur takes half damage because of the save. Still, the Screamer blows it to smithereens next to him. No complication. Back to Alatar. So you are off of your bike. The scavenger north of you is slowly doing a turn to come back for a pass with its grinding wheels at you. Unfortunately, your Devil's Ride is completely busted.
And what's the difficulty for getting this thing flipped over?
So it is a DC 20 strength check.
Also, you just moved like 60 feet.
Oh.
Everything's 20 again. We're on the other map,
gotcha.
yeah. Hey, you could have double moved there. It would have worked, but
Yeah. So, I mean, technically you could go up to 60 feet because you do 30, but you won't be able to try and do a flip on this thing.
I'm just gonna keep taking pokes at him.
Okay. The first one missing, but the second one hitting. Continuing to pepper Bitter Breath here from the distance. All right. This guy is going to spin this thing around doing a donut. And begin to pull away from these charging Balguras now that they've got this thing back on its feet and they are inside of it. No complication. All right. Brings us back to the top to this Balgura. It is at 0 hit points. It is dead. I don't know why it's not showing that. So let's just do that. Which brings us back to the Scavenger Claw. Can't do anything because it's turned away from you guys. That's going to bring us to the Harpoonist. He's got a target-rich environment, so he's just going to shoot at what's closest to him. Taking a direct cast right at Alatar. Harpoon slamming into you for 15 damage. This giant wrist-thick harpoon slices into you. That's going to be a chase complication. We're good. Back to Severius. So the Scavenger is turning to make another pass, coming back at you guys, turning its weapons on you. Your Tormentor is currently half on its side, stuck in one of these crevices. You guys can try and do strength checks to pull it up and out. But it's a DC of 20.
These spaces are 20 feet or what?
Correct.
Whatever.
Correct.
And I reach that thing?
What's your movement speed? 30? So you can go up to 60 feet if you dash. So you can't quite get to it if you dash at it.
So I would not be able to get on if I dash.
Correct.
All right, I'll try to flip this thing. And you do a strength check?
Correct. Ability check. Holy shit, you're going to be able to do it with a 23. So with a 23, Severius is able to flip. Just going to get them off of the map there. You're able to flip the Tormentor back onto its four wheels, getting it up out of that crevice. You guys can climb back aboard if you want to start doing so. You haven't used any of your movement, just the action. So if you want to climb back in there and jump behind the helm again, or into the harpoon seat or a passenger seat, you can do so.
Jump in the driver's seat.
All right, I'm going to pop you up there just so that we can kind of have we'll remove this prone off of your chariot. Okay. That's going to bring us to our captain, who is driving. Before we do so, let's move all of our fire tornadoes. So first, it's gonna go, that's north. So this thing is going to move like that, right next to the scavenger. Let's do, that one's gonna go, this one's just drifting off the board, slowly going constantly west. And our last one, also headed west, like that. Okay, so he is going to continue to turn this scavenger. And he'll be able to get about yay far. He's going to try to hit Dig with his crushing wheels as he comes over him. So it goes grinding over Alatar. You see, does it knock them prone? It does knock you prone. So you see it knock Digger to the ground. Alatar is knocked down prone as the wheels go rolling over him. You see blood erupting out of his nose and ears as this thing crushes him to the ground. And just like that, our favorite sorceress warlock is getting pretty torn apart here. We got to do a chase complication. No complication. That's going to bring us to Audrey. So if you want, you can jump back in the Tormentor and get back into the Harpoon.
Yeah, I think our bard passed out. So yeah, she wants to get back in.
All right, so we'll do that. From point blank range, if you want to take a shot at the scavenger, you can certainly do so. I'll let you roll for her if you like with that harpoon.
Let's go. Come on. I had the wrong target anyway, so my bad.
Its AC is still 20, so it would have been a miss either way.
I gotcha. Yeah.
So all right, but Audrey is back aboard. Olin, if you want to jump back into the Tormentor, you can do so. You can cast spells along the way if you want. Just movement to get back in the vehicle.
See here, that's 20. Okay, Alatar's like 40 feet away. Or no, about
Yep.
20, I guess.
He's about 40 feet from where you're at.
Okay.
Yep, he's under kind of the rear wheels there.
I am actually going to cast this at second level. Still shitty.
9 hit points is 9 hit points, though.
Thank you.
For some reason, it didn't. It's so weird. It didn't apply.
Sure,
Yeah, it didn't apply him for some reason. I mean,
D&D gods just want me to die tonight.
Or Jamie does.
I don't think you'd say that out loud.
I don't want you to die.
This campaign is over.
I mean, it does say witness me. You did drive your bike right into the side of this thing.
Not on purpose.
You forgot that mechanic.
That is
It's a rookie mistake.
That brings so you still have movement if you want to use it?
Yeah. I'll, move.
You want to get back into the tormentor or
Well, could I still like have visual on Alatar if I'm in the tormentor?
not initially until this thing rolls away from him.
All right. I guess I'll just stay put then.
Okay. So, good old High Garage here, back on his fucking devil's ride that he got up off the ground. This guy has done all of fucking dick thus far.
I'm fine with it.
Doesn't he have to strength check that?
To get the devil's ride back up and over? No, it's not the same thing as like the, because it's a motorcycle. It's not the same thing as like flipping a tormentor or a scavenger, that kind of thing.
Chuck.
And I don't think it was the mishap that caused him to flip like that, right? Wasn't it?
No, it was me.
Yeah, it was your stunt. Yeah. God, what do I want to make him? Yeah, he's gonna. Let's see here. So he can go 80. He's gonna go to there. And let's see. Does he crash and kill himself? I bet you he does.
Oh no.
Let's see here. Let's go ahead and flip and see if we got Hell Wasps or another Balgura. Even for the bees, odd for the Hell Wasps. That is gonna be another Balgura.
Yes, you said hell wasp. Evens for the wasp, you said.
Where are you, Hell Wasp? Come here, fiends. There you are. This thing is going to start chasing after him. Let me go ahead and add this. Because what I need is more people in this combat order. There we go. All right. Another harpoonist. This one's going to take a shot at Moon because he's kind of directly there in front of him. And just misses blatantly. That brings us to Moon.
Alright, I'm going to activate my feline agility for increased speed because these spaces are large. And I'm going to run straight at the scavenger and dive in through a window.
Okay, so let's do
I'm going to push for acrobatics.
Yep.
Because I read up on this beforehand.
Yeah, no,
so.
I would say acrobatics because you're not really climbing or jumping. You're trying, or I should say not climbing or trying to shimmy up the side of this thing. You're really just trying to jump it.
Special thing, yeah.
So what I will say is at ground level, the only real window openings are into the into the helm where the guy is driving. So
I'm okay with that.
So you can try to jump in through the window, kind of landing next to or atop this guy a little bit.
Yeah,
so,
my goal is like dive and roll, but I don't know if there's room. So we'll see what happens when I get in there.
Okay, so this is going to be a DC 18 because this thing is actually at speed rolling towards you guys. And you're trying to move into a vehicle that's moving 70 feet.
I have 3 lucky points, and I am prepared to use all of them if I need to.
So we're gonna do a DC of 18 because this is gonna be pretty difficult. You're hitting a small target, and he gets it on the very first try with his AC of 22. There you go. All right, so you have dove. You dive in through that window. Let's flip a coin. 1, you land next to the guy. 2, you land on top of the guy. We'll let you flip it. 1 next to, 2 on top of. All right, so you have landed directly on top of the driver.
In that case, here's my thoughts of how this works, because I still have my weapons out and I just dove like Superman into this thing. Can I get a luck percentage roll if my actually weapons go into him with my dive?
I would say that with the running movement, the jump, hitting that small target, and being able to land without getting any damage done to yourself into a moving vehicle.
I still have 60 more feet of movement, technically, so if that wouldn't figure that into it.
I get that. What I'm thinking, though, is that technically we should be using the crashing mechanic because we're talking about 2 opposing momentums. You're running north, it's driving much faster than you south. So even though you tuck and roll through that window, you're hitting that guy when he's at speed. It'd be like if I jumped in through a window of a 60-mile-per-hour moving car, I'm still going to get fucking torn to pieces. So I think if we're just going to say that high roll gives you the ability to try to land safely, but I don't think we're going to do any damage against the guy.
Okay, so what else can I do?
That's going to be your move. That's going to be action and movement to try and get inside of the thing, yeah.
Oh, the acrobatics was an action? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was part of a move. Okay, that's fair. Nope, I'm okay with that.
So I'm actually going to move you up to the top here, but we know that you are inside with the 4 hobgoblins. Let me go back to Bitter Breath, who is going to turn, focusing on the Baldur. So that should be 8. So technically that should be max of all dice, which it already is. That's going to be all of his attacks on this. He instantly bloodies the Baldur, jumping at him from below. All right, so now we're back to... He is going to just hold his turn. Brings me back here. He is going to retaliate, trying to attack back on Bitter Breath. Misses. That's going to be... Oh, he critical hits in retaliation. Excellent. 4. To do that, and he gets one more with his bite. Which is going to unfortunately be a miss. This one is going to try to take this... So it uses the Infernal Screamer to immediately attack the Hell Wasp, chasing after its Hobgoblin Warlord. That's going to require a complication. We're going to be clear. That's going to bring us back to Alatar. So, sir, you are prone, having just had this thing's wheels run over you. It's going to take half your movement to get back up. And that you can still move, but that would be your full action on this turn to get up off of your feet.
So, can I stand up and then climb up onto it?
I would say that so
on top of me.
So you would have to try to like reach out and grab onto a rolling wheel or something, because this thing is literally at speed rolling over you. By the time you stand up, it's already going to be moving away from you.
Gotcha. And so all right, so I can stand up, and that is half my movement. Do I still take an action? Or is the standing up my action?
Let me check here real quick. I know it takes half the movement. And now that it's removed, you don't have problems with... It doesn't say anything about losing the rest of your turn. It literally just says your only option is to move, for movement is to crawl as you stand up at end of the condition. Just half of your movement. So I think you can probably, I'm guessing you can probably still, I'm not seeing anything that states that you can't take an additional action. It's just your movement is used to stand.
Cool. I will and just keep firing off at the big bad guy.
I'm just Unfortunately, those are going to be misses as you are still rattled from the pounding that the scavenger gave you. The Hell Wasp is going to attempt...
Oh, so could I move a square? Or is that still too far?
I think it's going to be... It's because it's technically 20 feet, so...
Okay.
Yeah. Let me do that. Misses, and then it gets a sting. It misses, and it gets its last attack. All three of which miss. This is the guy driving. He is gonna try and turn. As he goes by, he is gonna use his raking scythes on the Hell Wasp. The Hell Wasp takes half damage with that dexterity save. Complication. Oh, Jesus. I feel like it's got to be another Hell Wasp because that's what he's attacking. So I'm just going to grab one out. Boom. And next, that brings us back to the top. He's out of range with the claw on Dig. Harpoonist. It's going to take a quick shot at Olin before they go flying by. And that is going to miss. So he is not going to get that extra cover. Let me do its one last one. So the 9 is below its threshold, which does nothing. The 13 was above, which did hit. And then we had the 1 critical, so he rolls on the fumble. And we get a level of exhaustion on that Hell Wasp. Back to Severius. You're in the helm. You've got the engine fired up. If you want to take off, you can do so.
Vroom, vroom.
Where would you like to go?
So, what's Olin doing there?
He's playing bullfight with this scavenger.
All right. How far can I go?
I don't think we have any damage to your movement yet. So yeah, you still got 100 feet. Just keep in mind you've got this other, the scavengers right in front of you.
Oh shit. Where's Moon? Is he on top in that thing?
Moon's inside of it.
Okay.
Let me just pause here real quick as we're thinking what we want to do. I realize we're already at 11:30. We're well past our normal time. This has been a very lengthy fight. I know we've already lost Audrey. Do you guys want to pause here and come back to it and finish this fight up in 2 weeks, or do you want to keep going?
I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, this has been a pretty lengthy fight. All right, so why don't we pause it there, and I will save the combat tracker, and we can come back to this in 2 weeks and pick it up and see what we can what we can do here to finish up this vehicular combat. I love the fact that I made this giant fucking map. We've gone all of about 100 feet on this one end. Holy crap. This has been
good planning ahead.
Yeah, this has been just giant circles with additional creatures constantly popping out at us. Let me do that. Just kind of pull us away from it. Yeah, we will come back in 2 weeks and pick up from here with the end of this combat. I think Bitter Breath has just about got the Balguras down, and then he'll be changing his focus. You guys have gotten your Tormentor back up and running, but we've got 2 members without or that are not in vehicles right now, one that isn't an enemy vehicle, and we can try and see what happens from there as you guys are continuing to try to escape or overcome this ambush from one of the warlords. You guys have recognized Bitter Breath, by the way. That's one of the warlords that Mad Maggie had warned you about. One of the more powerful warlords that circles around Avernus looking for victims. So we will come back in 2 weeks and see if we can finish this TPK.
I don't know about you guys. I'm not dying. I'm pulling this out. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to do it.
Thank you, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. We'll be back in 2 weeks, and I'll add the video up and all the recaps and all that fun stuff like usual.
Stuff, guys.
Cool. Good night.
Later.
Cool, guys. Everybody have a good night.
See ya.